at 3 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Like a mother's love, Mama Money is always there for the things that matter most. This back-to-school season, when school fees need to be sent home, trust Mama Money to help you support your family with ease. With fees from just 2%, you can send money to over 70 countries across Africa, Asia, and Europe using the Mama Money app. Get started today. Download the app now, register, and make education happen. Mama Money. Mama makes it happen.
Sanibonani Dumelang Absheni Lochani Mzansi igama lam nguzanele untomdodana uzinhluzalza, but you can simply call me Uzanele Mthombeni. I am your new host, khona yi Ekaslami, the TV show that profiles some of your absolute faves, celebrities. I'm talking wena actor, musician, bona, politician, benekant zonke bonke zikhona, and we take them to Ekasi and find out who exactly they were before all the glitz, glam, lights, cameras, and action. Oh, bye, Uzi.
Ekaslami, Tuesday at 6 on SABC 1. Mzansi for sure.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
The notion of the narrowly focused life is highly romanticized in our culture. It's this idea of destiny, or the one true calling. The idea that we each have one great thing we are meant to do during our time on this earth, and you need to figure out what that thing is and devote your life to it. What if you're someone who isn't wired this way? There is no room for someone like you in this framework, and so you might feel alone. You might feel like you don't have a purpose. You might feel like there's something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. What you are is a multi-potentialite. It is rarely a waste of time to pursue something you're drawn to, even if you end up quitting. You might apply that knowledge in a different field entirely, in a way that you couldn't have anticipated. We have a lot of complex, multidimensional problems in the world right now, and we need creative, out-of-the-box thinkers to tackle them.
And that there is Emily Wapnick, an award-winning author and community builder. It is 10 after 9 o'clock. A very warm welcome to you. Welcome to The Talking Point. My name is Kathy Motlatlana, and I'll be with you until midday as we lead conversations that move us. I think this week my voice has entered a new level. It's got a baritone. It's got a baritone to it that isn't normally there, but thankfully it is still fully on the mend. So don't be surprised. Don't ask yourself, wait, is this her? Yes, it is me. I was recovering from a cold. Thulasizwe Semelane can tell you more about that, but at least I am much better now. I wish I could describe the view of this place that we are in today. I mean, clear blue skies in the way that you just would never see it when you're in the city, and beautiful mountains. We are in Op die Berg. Okay guys, first I must tell you, it felt like we drove for hours and hours and hours to get to this part of our broadcast today. But the beauty about it is that it took us through the landscape of the Western Cape. So as you get out of Cape Town and you make your way past Stellenbosch and all of these other areas that are more well known, and then we get past Ceres, and I saw the directions to Worcester for the first time. I'm like, oh, our listeners from Worcester, if I want to go and find them, I turn left or I turn right at this T junction. So we're having a special broadcast today because we are going to be giving away laptops to Skuweberg Secondary School. And it's located here at Goa Bokkerveld region in the Western Cape. The town is Opduberg. If you look on the map, it's about 40 kilometers from Ceres. And this is an SAfm initiative in partnership with SABC. And it's in an effort to support digital learning through the Back to School laptop giveaway drive. So we'll learn more about what this initiative is about shortly. I have the school principal seated next to me, Mr. Jack. Is all dressed up like the school principal should be on an important day like this. We also have our SABC CSI manager, Katlehot Tsolo, who will be telling us more about this initiative. Just a quick look at what's coming up on the show today. Coming up at 9:30, we will take you back to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, where the witness presentation will continue today. You'd remember that we had, there's been a bit going on, right? We had the evidence of witness F earlier on in the week. That had to be paused because witness F needed some medical treatment. We also had, of course, the court case surrounding businessman Suleiman Karim, who lost his bid to avoid testifying before the commission at the Johannesburg High Court. That particular court application was dismissed, and now he has to come to the commission and give evidence. So today we're going to be continuing with witness F. And yes, I have noted your requests on social media, on our WhatsApp lines. You're like, Kathy, when the commission is on, do not disturb our commission. We want to hear it firsthand. We want to hear it live. And yeah, I will not get in the way between you and what is unfolding at those commissions. And it really is quite impressive to see how committed South Africans are to that process, to hearing where things may have gone wrong when it comes to our criminal justice system. So back to then today, where we are having this special handover of these laptops. Mr. Jack, let me start with you. So maybe for the benefit of our listeners, tell us a little bit about Opduberg and your school. I think coming here yesterday and driving through parts of the area, you have a lot of one-street towns. Things seem very calm, very quiet communities. So tell us a little bit more about this area.
Yeah, the Goa Bokkerveld is an area well known for the fruit that it delivers within the Western Cape. The fruit basket, actually, it's called within the South Africa context. Most of the parents from our school is workers at the farms in the area. The school started in 1985, and it was the brainchild then of local farmers that felt that their children they had to drive their children about 40 to 45 kilometers to Ceres to attend school. So it was then born, and through the donation from one of the farmers, this school was then established. So it started in 1985 January, from in the old days we said standard 1 to standard 6. Now it's grade 3 to grade 8. And then the first matriculants was in 1990. But I must say this is rural, but it's very nice to stay here. I was telling Mr. Makatias from the SABC earlier on, this time of the year is actually very healthy to stay in the Koboka field, because you get every day you get fresh fruit.
I was going to say, we saw quite a lot of farms.
Yes.
Driving here, I think some of them, not just the expected wine, grape farms, etc., but we also saw, I think, lots of peach trees on the way here. So maybe give us an idea of what's in that fruit basket that you're producing for the Western Cape and for other parts of the country, and I imagine a lot of exporters too.
Yeah, they mainly concentrate on pears, apples, peaches, and those peaches sometimes have, and the apples, they are having different cultivars.
Okay.
I know about the pink lady. You will have to
yes, you see those in the shops all the time.
Yes,
pink lady cultivar.
Yes. So in terms of producing, they do also export to the United Kingdom on an annual basis. And this time of the year, it's very, the R303 is very busy in terms of the trucks taking the fruit to the markets. So we know that actually this time of the year you must be very cautious on the road, especially from 5 o'clock in the morning, they start getting busy.
What do you find are the challenges that you face in the community? As you have said that many of the learners who come to the school would have parents who are working on the farms, and that of course already tells us something, at least about the potential earning income of these parents and the associated challenges that may come with that.
I must say, if you are on the farm itself, you will see that there's a lot of supervisors that are of color, and also your junior managers that are of color. So opportunities are also created for people of color to excel in terms of their work. But as I'm saying, the parents, they are paid the government stipend, as per government legislation. But it's also expensive to live here, because if you want to be in Ceres and you take a local taxi, it's going to cost you about 140 rand up and down. Because it's 70 rand for taxi, and that takes a lot from our parents. And they, to access the one challenge that you are having is that you can't regularly access parents in terms of the parent need to come and see the educator, especially in this time. But we try by all means to communicate on a daily basis with the parents. So what we do is to send out weekly letters to parents. One up in our parent attendance is our quarterly parent meetings that we are having. In the past, when I arrived here in 2021, 22, it was very low. And I think since 2023, 24, we get that more than 50% of our parents.
So where would you say most of your learners are from? Because I know there is a suburb just behind the school.
Yes.
But if I'm listening to you correctly, there are learners that are from even further than just this community that we're in today.
Yeah, most of the learners are staying on the farms where their parents are working.
Okay.
But you are also having learners staying at op die Berg suburb that's next to the school. So that one is in a walking distance. So the learners on the farm, they are transported on a daily basis by public transport in terms of taxis. Then the department is having the learner transport services, where buses bring our learners in on a daily basis.
What did you say that the distance is? The average distance?
Average, when we started Kenya, it's about 35 to 40.
35 to 40 kilometers. Sure.
And then you are having also your area after Witzenberg, where our learners is also coming from the acre farms, your Sterkwater farms, the Vlakte. So if they live here at 2:15, most of them will be at home before 4 o'clock.
Sure. That's quite a lot of traveling that these learners have to do. I mean, all of this has an impact, right, on the work that you have as educators and how you prepare the space for learning. So maybe speak to me about 2 highlights that you can point to, or achievements for you as a school, and maybe 2 challenges that you want to share with our SAfm community, just so that they know. And we have a very big community. There may be people who are also listening who want to jump in and partner with the SABC in supporting schools like this.
One of our biggest challenge is our learners' access to internet on the farms. There are some areas where if you are having MTN, you won't have received signal, rather than Vodacom, for example. So if learners want to do research at home, they need to walk to a certain area on the farm to get access. So that is one struggle that we are experiencing. And also, all the farms does not have the aftercare or a centrum where our learners can go and sit and do research with facilities available. But I think that for me is a big challenge. And then also the transport is a challenge in terms of if our learners must get up early. In the winter, it's difficult.
I can imagine.
Being transported, and sometimes we have there's area snow also, so they can't transport learners for maybe 1 or 2 days. Our successes at the school is 2023. Yeah, we received a multi-purpose sponsorship through DSTV Supersport, with the assistance of one of our old scholars, Brayden Paulsen, and we utilized that for netball from under 7 up till under 19. And then the most encouraging thing for me is that we have upped our matriculant pass rate annually. Sometimes it drops, but not lower than 60%. So we hope this year we can cross the 80% benchmark. And what's also heartwarming is that our children started to believe in themselves. When I arrived here in 2021, it was, if I take a Skeverberg learner and I take a Sierra Secondary, for example, learner, and put them together, Sierra is going to cross because our learners did not have confidence. They don't believe. They will rather back off.
Sure.
They are not on that competition level, and we are now bearing the fruit of the motivation sessions that we are having with our learners, the extra classes, where learners are excelling. They are now also applying for tertiary institutions like Stellenbosch. We had one of our 2024 boys started now at the agricultural section at Stellenbosch at Elsenburg, which for me is heartwarming because I had a struggle to assist him.
You know the struggle that
Yeah.
it takes to get the learner there.
Yes.
And I think it's such an important nuance and context. We will talk about matric results, who got 100, who got 50. But as you hear Mr. Jack, every school has a context. And if you think about the young people that are having to travel 40 plus kilometers from different farms every single day just to get here so they can be taught. During snow time, can't get to school. There are all of these things that feed into that number. And Katlaho, I imagine that that's just part of the reason why we as SAfm, in partnership with SABC CSI, are here today.
Morning, Kefi. 100%. That is just one of the reasons why we really do work very hard together with our regional managers and our radio stations to find schools such as this one, because we believe that with the comparison that the principal was talking about, we believe that all kids must be the same, more especially when they get to tertiary level. So it is important for us to start them at high school, and hence we focus mainly on the schools that do computer applications technology. We live in a digital world, so we want a learner from this particular area when they go to the Western Cape University or UJ, to be on par with everyone else. Hence, we really love this initiative of donating laptops.
When we think about the opportunity that this provides for these learners, I think just from an impact point of view, Katlaho, what is the impact that you're wanting to have through this initiative?
Look, before we were lucky enough to give bursaries, unfortunately we no longer do that. And I remember sitting with one of our interns about 4 years ago, telling us that the first time he actually saw a computer was when he was at the university. So we started then, to say we really need to do more when it comes to this technology part of education. So that's where we started, and we have seen since 2023, I think we started in DR. We're still in communication with the principal there on how the learners are doing. We do get feedback from all the schools, and we can really do see the difference that we are making.
Mr. Jack, what kind of difference are you hoping this is going to make for your school?
Putting us on par with the rest of the Western Cape in terms of access for our learners. I think having CAT and having also a computer room give other learners of our school also the opportunity now to have access to their facilities and use the laptops in terms of research that they can do. They can learn to type. They can get comfortable in terms of the use of a laptop to give more quality to what they must do.
I'm so excited to be here and
to appear or to be available to continue with your testimony on 16 and 17 February. Do you understand? Thank you very much.
Then, Chair, there is also a postponement application from Mr. Karim, who was subpoenaed to attend today. I need to contact Mr. Karim, or at any rate his legal team, so that we can deal with that. Can I ask if we can stand down
Thank
for
you.
5 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Shaskos. Perhaps I won't say 5 minutes. We'll come in when you indicate to us to come in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Premier.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
We really had our knives out for you because at this commission we start at 9:30 exactly. But we were advised by the evidence leaders that you were here, after 8 somewhere there in the morning, but that you were directed to a holding area and that you were advised to come after it had been indicated to you to come, something like that. So we are not able to chastise you, even though we were really itching to do it.
Chairperson, if I may, considering what happened earlier in the week, I can imagine that you would want to chastise me, and I'm going to resist saying that we were put with our client in a holding cell whilst we were waiting to be called before you, but we are here now and we're indebted for the audience that you are giving us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. And I understand that you are moving a postponement application.
Yes, Chair, we are, but through the agreement with my learned friend, he will address you first, and then I shall address you afterwards with your indulgence, if that is all right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
yes,
Chair.
Mr. Chaskelson?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, the decision is with the Commission, not with us, but we don't oppose the postponement application, and I'd just like to set out why, because it's not on the papers. Chair, you will recall that in the course of the litigation last week, in the course of the litigation, the Commission made a with prejudice offer to Mr. Karim that if he needed more time, he could come on the 24th and 25th of February. And our view, and he clearly does need, he says he needs more time, and our view is that if he needs more time, and we made that offer, it would be poor form now that the urgent is behind us to not to hold that offer available. The problem with the 24th and the 25th is that Mr. Karim's attorney will be on Hajj, and so he can't be here on the 24th and 25th. His team offered the 2nd and 3rd of March, which are the first dates after his attorney, the first available dates after his attorney returns to the country. Unfortunately, the Commission can't accommodate the 2nd and 3rd of March, but the first available dates for the Commission after the 2nd and 3rd of March are the 9th and 10th of March. And subject to the Commissioner's agreement, we have agreed with Mr. Premier that we will support a postponement to the 9th and 10th of March. Mr. Karim has undertaken to furnish a statement by the 3rd of March. We have indicated that the difficulty, the potential difficulty with that is that once we see Mr. Karim's statement, we may have to expand the bundle that has been given to him for questioning. Mr. Karim's team understands that they will do their best, or they will certainly meet the 3 March deadline. If they can do it sooner, they will. From our side, we will ensure that any additional documents are made available to Mr. Karim's attorney within 48 hours after we receive the statement. So subject to the Commissioner's agreement, we would ask for the postponement to be granted and a ruling to be handed down in those terms, that the matter's postponed, or Mr. Karim is excused and directed to return to give evidence on the 9th and 10th March, that he will furnish a statement to the Commission on or before 3 March, and that if in the light of the statement the Commission wants to add any documents to the bundle, that he has already been provided with, they will do so within 2 days of receiving the statement. 2 working days.
Mr. Chaskowson, as it is often said in the court context, an application for a postponement is not to be had merely for the asking. The applicant mentions having been furnished with certain documents. I forget the number of days, but basically the point being that very close to today. Do you want to just give us the factual position in that regard?
It is correct that the bundle of documents for questioning was furnished to the applicant, I think it was Wednesday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon. That bundle is very bulky, but the bulk is misleading because it runs to 397 pages, but in truth, about 340 of those pages are documents which were annexed to the chats between Mr. Karim and Mr. Matlala, which were just medical surveillance authorization forms, in respect of which Mr. Karim and Mr. Matlala were communicating. Now, those forms are not documents, the contents of which are going to be relevant to, or are going to be interrogated. It's merely the fact that approximately 350 pages worth of, let me not overstate it, approximately 320 pages of medical authorization forms were exchanged between the parties. So it is the fact of the bulk of the document as opposed to the contents of the document that are relevant. Having said that, neither Mr. Karim nor his legal team may have been certain that that was the case. And so I think he might understandably have been taken aback at receiving all of these documents yesterday.
May I find out why the documents were not given to the applicant or his attorneys earlier than yesterday?
Well, there are 2 answers to that question. The first is that the chats and the rest of the annexures that have substantive content that the Commission will be interrogating were given to Mr. Karim sometime last year, I think it was. At the time, we thought that there was no purpose in adding these 320 pages because we weren't going to refer to the content of them. In advance of the hearing, it occurred to us that the fact of the 320 pages was significant. I must indicate as well that there are certain additional pages which were exhibited by Mr. Mokhotsi, or exhibited in the questioning of Mr. Mokhotsi, pages 368 to 397 of the bundle, which were specifically given to Mr. Karim for the first time yesterday. Which were specifically given to Mr. Karim for the first time yesterday. However, back in, I think it was November or December, when Mr. Karim was asking which witnesses have implicated Mr. Karim and which evidence is relevant in that regard, he was directed to the evidence of Mr. Mokgotsi and the annexes to Mr. Mokgotsi. We should, I readily admit, have nevertheless prepared this bundle earlier and made it available to Mr. Karim earlier. In the chaos around the urgent application, it didn't occur to us to proceed as though matters were going to, as though his evidence was going to be heard on Friday until the ruling came down yesterday. But we were at fault in that respect. And
just to be sure I understand, Mr. Chaskelson, the difference between the 397 and the 320, that is the 77. Are you saying before yesterday, Mr. Karim was aware of those? I just want to be sure that I understand.
Mr. Karim he hadn't pertinently been given these documents. He had been informed you were implicated by Mr. Mokgotsi. Mr. Mokgotsi's, the transcript of Mr. Mokgotsi's evidence is here. The exhibits to Mr. Mokgotsi's evidence are there.
So would the 77 be part of that?
The 77 come from the exhibits to Mr. Mokgotsi's evidence.
Okay. And did we at any stage indicate to Mr. Karim or his attorneys yesterday or soon thereafter, which I don't know when that would be, today I guess, was it indicated that the 77 are documents that he, Mr. Karim, in fact, was already advised where they are? Or rather, was he advised that you have been alerted where these documents are a while back?
No, he wasn't. He was given the bundle with no covering explanation yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskelson. Yes, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I start with some housekeeping, if I may? Last night, via email, we served on the Commission an unsigned copy of the affidavit. We now have the signed copy of the affidavit. It is identical. It's just so that the Commission has the signed copy so that the box under oath is ticked. And if I may ask that we can give that to the Secretariat so it finds its way to the Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I just say this? We fully understand that a postponement application is not there for the asking, but I just want to draw attention to what my learned friend, Mr. Chaskelson, just said in response to your questions, Chair. You asked, were those 77 pages given? And my learned friend effectively said they were, but not pertinently pointed out. And the reason I mentioned that is because even though my client received bundles previously, my client's correspondence, which gave rise to the urgent application earlier this week, was to try, as you would understand, in trial settings, to limit the scope of inquiry so that instead of my client having to face a bundle initially of 2,000 pages, then 4,000 pages, we knew what it is we had to deal with. And now for the first time on the record, we hear that of the 400 odd pages, it's only 77 that matter. And so I have to raise the prejudice that my client has faced throughout this process. And of course, I'm not re-arguing the urgent.
Is the situation you are facing, though, not the function of the attitude of the applicant, including his attorneys for that matter, because reading the judgment and in fact being aware of the exchanges that preceded that, according to the judgment of Fisher J, the attorneys refused to even accept service of a subpoena on them and insisted that serve on Mr. Karim, you are not serving on us. And also the judgment, I will not say anything that's being said by the commission. I will emphasize what the judgment says. The judgment, in so many words, of course I'm paraphrasing, says that the applicant and indeed his attorneys were obstructive, and the idea was simply to avoid coming to testify before this commission. So is it not so that the function, or rather the situation the applicant now finds himself is a function of that obstructive attitude or behavior? Because one should look at what the evidence leaders have done or failed to do in the context of what was thrown at them.
Thank you, Chair. May I start at your conclusion? And I'm going to respectfully disagree with you, Chair, on the basis that my learned friend, in talking about the internal processes of the Commission, to narrowing down the bundle and only serving that bundle, which clearly then narrows the scope of inquiry to the extent that that implicates my client, only happened yesterday. And without rehearsing the merits or demerits of the urgent application, you, Chair, will know pertinently that that was one of the issues raised in the urgent, where the reason for the interdict was to say, comply with your own rules, give me the bundle, tell me how I'm implicated, so that I can prepare my witness statement and I can come here. Of course, Fisher J is entitled to make the observations that she did of obstructionism, and all I will say, without going back to that, is that the attitude of the attorneys has always been that our client has to come and testify in front of this commission, but he cannot be ambushed, and until such time that the commission complies with its own rules to properly define the scope of inquiry, he would then be prejudiced as a result, and the resistance put up by the applicant's legal team was to ensure that the outcome we're talking about here today, potentially if the postponement is granted, could have been achieved. So with all due respect, Chair, I would say that the true obstructionism, in light of the fact that now we have the bundle, which we were asking for from last year already, not a 4,000-page bundle or a 2,000-page bundle, but this very thin bundle of only 77 documents, demonstrates with all due respect that the Commission's legal team, and of course I don't mean any disrespect to my learned friend, but the Commission's legal team could have defined the scope of inquiry sooner. And actually, if the Commission were willing to play ball with my client and not start from the predetermination that he's only objecting because he doesn't want to testify, then maybe we could have reached this negotiated outcome last year already, and my client could have testified.
But quite late in the process, an offer was made, an offer that I think should have taken us to where you say that point should have been reached last year already. And all there was, and again I rely on the conclusions from the judgment. On that as well, there was interrogatory after interrogatory after interrogatory, as long as an arm and a leg.
Chair, I can accept the view that you put to me, but you will remember that in the context of that attempt to reach the dates, the 24 February dates, if that's the dates that we are talking about, at that time we still didn't have the bundle. So the objection as to why the offer was rejected at that time and the urgent was persisted with is to say, all you're doing is you are changing the hearing of the evidence date from the 6th to the 24th, But the prejudice, and Chair, considering your previous role, you don't need me to tell you anything about fair trial rights and adequate opportunity to prepare and how that relates to Audi. That's the prejudice that we would have faced anyway, because my client would have come here without the benefit of the bundle, without the benefit of knowing what case he has to meet, and then, and again I'm choosing my words carefully, face a potential ambush. And so insofar as that offer was rejected, and even if, Chair, you would disagree with why that was rejected, I hope you can understand from our side that the consistency is that it wasn't to achieve an obstructed outcome, but rather to ask the Commission to simply comply. And that's why, Chair, now that the documents have been given, we know the case to meet, that prejudice about knowing the case to meet has gone away, but we have inadequate time to prepare because we were only given the documents less than 24 hours ago. So again, and without going into the history of the urgent...
I interrupted you. You were making a point. I hope you've not forgotten it. You are responding to me now. I've heard you.
Thank you.
So you may go back to the point you were making.
Thank you. May I just say one last thing, Chair, because you raised it. You raised the issue of the attorney being obstructive regarding personal service. Now, I know that's not an issue in front of you per se. That's a conclusion reached by Her Ladyship Justice Fisher. All I would point out is that according to the Commissions Act, Section 3.2, if I'm not mistaken, regarding service of commissioned documents, that is supposed to happen in terms of Section 14 of the Criminal Procedure Act, and I'm looking at my junior, Mr. Casey, in case I am mistaken about this, and that section in the Criminal Procedure Act requires personal service. And so Her Ladyship Justice Fisher is entitled to say whatever she wants to about the obstructionism or otherwise of the attorneys, but with all due respect, it's not as though the attorney was acting without cause, particularly in circumstances where now we know what the case is to meet. We're here, and we're just asking for a little more time to prepare. So, Chair, that was my engagement with you and my response to you, but realistically, I've covered all of the comments I wanted to make because you've pertinently put the issues to me. May I just consult my attorney to obtain an...
Just before that,
apologize.
Maybe what I'm going to raise will indeed also require you to confer with your attorney on it. I understand that one of the reasons given for the postponement, and indeed, in fact, for a date as far as the dates that, that Mr. Chaskalton gave us.
9 and 10 March.
9 and 10 March, yes. Part of the reasons is that your instructing attorney will be attending or going to the Hajj, something that I respect for reasons that are obvious. Again, for what you referred to, my previous position, I should respect that. But what I want to find out is whether there isn't another attorney who would be able to attend to this from the attorney's firm.
Chair, may I just, if I may respond?
Yes.
So, the correct position, and I understand that these are not recorded in letters or whatever the case is, and I hope the Commission will take me at my word, is that Ramadan is expected to start on either the 18th or the 19th of February, depending on when the moon is sighted. We initially offered the Commission 2 and 3 March because that was actually the dates when our legal team was available. As my learned friend has said, the Commission is not available on 2 and 3 March, and the 9 and 10 March are actually the dates when my lead instructing attorney will be traveling for Hajj. Umrah, I apologize. There's a difference between Hajj and Umrah depending on the timing in which you go to Makkah, but be that as it may. He will not be here, but we are nonetheless prepared to come with other attorneys and the council team to ensure that there's no disruption. So even though the senior instructing attorney will not necessarily be here, we will be here, and I just want to emphasize that we will be here.
there was something you wanted to take
Yes, I just
instructions
wanted to
on?
check
Yeah.
before I lose my day fee. Chair,
we had to confer for quite a while, but let me listen what you wanted to confer with your instructing attorney about.
And Chair, then in respect of the arrangement that Mr. Chaskelson set out regarding the filing of the witness statement, the update to the bundle, if we put in the witness statement earlier, we'll get the bundle earlier, and so on. We concur, and assuming that the postponement is granted, we agree with that.
We were actually conferring about the date by which the witness statement should be filed, and we were thinking that if you actually offered the 3rd of March for a hearing, then it means you are in a position to file your witness statement before the 3rd of March. What we are worried about is the supplement 48 hours after the witness statement has been filed. That's getting us very close to the date of hearing. We as commissioners also need time to read everything that has been filed. Don't you want to just a few days before, maybe the 27th of February? I see your instructing attorney shaking his head. But
Sorry,
just make an offer earlier than the 3rd, if possible.
Can we do it at 6 a.m. on the 3rd?
On which day?
6 a.m. on the 3rd, the earliest you could go.
Could I just ask for a clarity, please, Chair? Do you want us to tender that date now on the record? Because my only difficulty, and although I understand I have a legal team available, is that I'm in the NHI litigation that entire week, and so I, as the leading counsel who need to be involved in the preparation of the witness statement, am already under significant pressure because of that impact. May I just have a moment to confer with my attorney, please, and I will then place the answer on the record?
Yes, we would like to have the date now because we want to make it part of the order. Do you want us to adjourn for a few minutes and then you indicate to us? I will not state a time of the adjournment. We'll just adjourn and then you'll indicate to us.
I think that I'll be indebted for that because we also need to talk to our client that we can talk about dates for prep and so on.
Yes.
I would be indebted.
we could not succeed. Yes, Mr. Premier.
Chair, I understand that there is a mooted date, that the statement is filed on Friday, the 27th of February. Chair, I just want to place the following on record. We would prefer Monday the 2nd for the following reasons. Number one, we've conferred with our entire legal team, who are all tied up in different litigation throughout that week, ending on the 27th. Number two is obviously with Ramadan, this falling during Ramadan, there is, as you might be aware, you have to break your fast in the afternoon, which impacts your ability to work in the evening, particularly with evening prayers and so on. And so we would prefer the 2nd, but obviously, Chair, we are in your hands, and if you determine that it's the 27th, we will comply.
Mr. Premier, Mr. Karim was going to testify today, so and he would have had to testify without a statement if he chose that, if he chose to do so. And I think now we are all doing our best to accommodate the concern that you have raised about the late delivery of documents. We also have other witnesses scheduled, as you would have seen. We sit every day, we're getting documents every day to prepare for the next day. So, and we accept that your team is involved in other matters, and will be busy in that week. But that's true for every legal team that appears before us. So, we really asking you, even before the chair orders, that you work with us, you do your best to prepare the statement by the 27th, because the expectation, or we cannot exclude, that once you file the statement, the evidence leaders may well have to supplement their bundle, which may raise other issues, and then you have this spillover that could threaten the date of the 9th of March. So the earlier we get the statement, in fact, if you can get it to us before the 27th, that would be most welcome. The 27th has to be the outside. And it's really out of concern that already as matters stand, the calendar of the Commission is being affected. It's being pushed back, and we have only so much time. So I would implore you to have your legal team find another hour in the 24-hour day. Find an extra hour to make it 5 hours, so that you deliver the statement on the 27th, please.
What gives me a sense of comfort, Mr. Premier, is that you said if we direct that the filing gives me a sense of comfort. You wanted to respond to Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Chair. That's exactly what I wanted to say. I just, for the sake of the record, wanted to explain why we have a preference for the Monday, and I'm not unsympathetic to the difficulties experienced by the Commission and that the calendar is being crowded out, but it's also proper for us to place on record what our difficulties are. May I just confer with my attorney for 1 second, please? And wiser heads prevail. We'll take the 27th. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Premier. Mr. Shaswasin, I guess there's no need to respond.
Well, not to the dates and the ruling, but I do need to defend my legal team, because I didn't want to rehearse the past, but it has been rehearsed. I need to place two things on record. First, the attitude of Mr. Karim's team was not, give us details, we'll give you the statement, you can come. It was a different attitude. It was, you can either have a statement or you can have oral testimony. You can't have both. Your request for both is unlawful. That was legally wrong, and it was obstructive. The second point that I do want to emphasize in relation to the suggestion that if we had given the bundle earlier, there would have been no problems, is that we had this succession of letters from Mr. Karim's attorney raising a very wide range of interrogatories that they expected us to answer. Eventually, we said, you were due to appear on the 23rd of January. You will have the 23rd of January free. Come and meet with us. We will explain to you, we will try to understand what your issues are. We will try to address them. We will try and sort this out. That would have been a full week before the hearing that was initially scheduled, for 30th of January. That request was refused. And so the invitation to the meeting to sit down, try and understand what the genuine concerns were, how we could address them, was just rejected. And to suggest that if we had merely done what we did last night and produced this bundle at an earlier stage, the problem would have gone away is, with respect, wholly incorrect. It would not have gone away. There was a separate, frankly, preposterous legal position being taken that you can't order us to issue a statement and to testify, choose which you want. And there was also a deliberate refusal to engage with us in a collegial fashion or in a cooperative fashion to try to get to the bottom of this so that Mr. Karim could come and testify with the information that he needed. I just do need to put that on record because the picture that has been conveyed is, with respect, not an accurate picture.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskelson. Mr. Premier, we can't keep doing a back and forth.
Chair.
Let's just
Chair,
make our ruling now.
yeah, we're ready to get the show
Thank
on
you.
the road. Let's do
Thank
that,
you.
I think, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Premier. My apologies to be doing this at the tail end. Good morning, Mr. Karim.
Morning, Chair.
Thank you. For reasons that should be obvious to everybody, meaning we are not going to be giving any reasons, we make the following order. The matter is postponed to the 9th and 10th of March 2026. Mr. Karim is ordered to be in attendance and to give testimony on those 2 days and beyond if need be, and to remain in attendance until excused by the Commission. Mr. Karim is also ordered to furnish a statement not later than 27 February 2026. The evidence leaders are ordered to furnish any additional documents within 48 hours thereafter.
Chair, 48 hours is going to be on the Sunday. Can I ask for the Monday? Or at least 2 working days.
All right. Let me give a date then instead of mentioning hours. The evidence leaders must furnish any additional documents not later than the 2nd of March 2026. We so order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. May we be...
You and your team are excused, Mr. Karim, and you too, Mr. Karim. Did I say...
To be confused with my client. He's a very handsome man. Thank you, Chair. We appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, do you perhaps want to adjourn again so that we can not do this in front of you?
Let me just, how far is the witness? Should we go out, Ms. Bowe, or should we sit?
Chair, I had asked the witness to be brought to this door so that immediately we can proceed.
Yeah, you may, don't...
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, may I also be excused?
Yes, Mr. Shaskelson. Good morning, Brigadier.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Ms. Bowe.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners.
We are in your hands, Ms. Bowe. Oh, tshwarelo hle, xolo. Good morning, Ms. Sherizi and Ms. Ratema. Good morning.
Chair, yesterday we left off at page 26, so we will continue with the WhatsApp chat.
26.
Yes, page 26 of the WhatsApp chat. And maybe just to direct you also to paragraph 30 of the statement. Paragraph 30 is on page 8 of the statement.
Paragraph? Statement?
Page 8 of the statement at paragraph 30 and page 26 of the WhatsApps. Brigadier, are you at those 2 pages? Okay.
Again, I do realize you have files, so you probably don't have much space to pull the mic closer to you, but it's either you find a way of pulling the mic closer or speaking a bit more.
I will do so, Chair.
Yes.
My apologies. Brigadier, good morning. We are dealing with the chats, and this particular chat is on the 20th of February 2025 at 11:23. You will see there that you, first, before we deal with 11:23, maybe, no, actually it does start at 11:23, you send what appears to be a list of 140 individuals to Mr. Madlanga. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Thereafter, you send a message at 11:24 saying, "Morning, Mr. V, list of no-shows." In response, he says, "Thank you," and the no-show code. You then respond and say, "I will check with Mgadi," or your office can send her email requesting code for non-arrival fee. He responds and says, "Okay, let me know if you're winning. If not, we'll send her an email." So that's the interaction. You explain this interaction at paragraph 30 of your statement and indicate that it's as a result of an earlier conversation you've had with him where he mentioned a list of 300 non-arrivals, and you were correcting him to say that it was actually 140 because there were 2 subsequent dates. Is that the case?
That's correct.
All right. So now when you look at the explanations after, so the text after you send the tables, what it looks like is that you send this list, he asks you for a code in order to claim for non-arrivals, and then you say to him that you will check on your side, and if not, they will email. So it doesn't necessarily accord with what you see in the text. It looks like it was something that was initiated by you to assist Mr. Madlanga. Do you care to comment?
Yes. As explained on the WhatsApp, on my affidavit, I received a call from him on the 19th? I received a call from him, and he indicated that they wanted to claim for the non-arrival, and the number of non-arrival will be 300. Maybe let me give a background. In total, we had 553 authorizations for medical surveillance, and those, the medical surveillance was supposed to be conducted on the 19th of August to the 23rd of August. From the 553 that we had, only 206 attended. Now it gives us a balance of the people that did not attend the medical surveillance. Then furthermore, we arranged another meeting, we arranged another appointment. According to him, he thought it was 337 because they are also sitting with the list. We also have our own list. So he needed to compare the two lists on the outstanding medical surveillance. Normally, you will also have your refusals, people that are refusing to do their medicals, which they will also be included on the non-arrival. If we book an appointment, members do not arrive for the appointment because the service provider was already there. He can then claim for the non-arrival fee. But because previously I received an email coming from Colonel Mogadi who indicated that the environment that I was managing with the previous service provider, they had about, I think it was more than $1 million of a fruitless expenditure on the non-arrivals. In order for me to avoid that fruitless expenditure, I spoke to him. We arranged another date. In actual fact, arranging another date, I was prejudicing him because already he was there. Now I'm calling him for the second time for the same people to come and facilitate the appointment. My main concern was to avoid the fruitless expenditure so that it doesn't appear again that even on this service provider, we are paying for the non-arrival, which are amounting to the fruitless expenditure. Then we arrange another date on the 26th to the 27th of August, whereby our outstanding from the previous one, it was 337. And from 337, those that attended, it was 105, which is now dropping the number of 337 to 215. Then the last one, you see, I was pushing him. I was pushing him to the advantage of the organization. Otherwise, I was just going to leave it and for him to claim for the 337. But I wanted to reduce the wasteful expenditure so that it can be less with Medicare. Then again, we call him on the 30th of September 2024 until the 5th of October 2024, which reduced again the non-arrival to 144. Now, when he's saying to me, we have the non-arrival of 300 and something, now we want to claim, I say, no, you don't have 300 and something. According to their record, which they did not update, it was showing 337. Then I further said, let me check to the following day, the name list, then I will forward it to, was it the 19th when I received that call? I can't remember clearly now. I said, let me check, then I will forward you the name list of the non-arrival, then you can compare it with your list. We need to take note that whatever documents that we were having, even Mr. Matlala was having, the records that we were having, even if it's limited records, he will have full records of the medical files of the members. I then said to send him a list of 140 members, which he was supposed to confirm with the authorization received, the attendance register, as well as the refusal list. Then he's asking me for a code. I don't know why he was asking me for a code, because it's their code, it's not our code. Then I say, I will check with Colonel Mogadi, or your office can request Colonel Mogadi the non-arrival code. Even when they requested Mogadi, it will be their code, because they are the service provider. The code for claiming, it comes from them.
Brigadier, maybe let's start it at the beginning. You say that Mr. Matlala calls you on the 19th. You'll see from the records that it is, it's you that calls Mr. Matlala on the 19th at 16:12. Sorry, that's at page 23. You'll see it's the text block just before the first table. Can you see that?
No, I call him, but while I was on the call with him, as per my statement on 2025-02-19, while I was on a call with him.
Brigadier, you...
Apologies.
Okay, wait, are you just rectifying to say that it was you who initiated the call,
yes,
and during that call, he then raises this issue?
Yes.
Now, why does he tell you that he's going to claim for the 300 non-arrivals? As opposed to a service provider does the work, they send through their invoice or whatever authorizations they need to send to whoever. Why does he tell you that he's about to do this?
For him, it was going to be for the very first time that he claimed for the non-arrival. I was informed that every service provider regarding the health risk management, when it's their first year, they normally struggle to adjust in the environment. So some of the things, they don't get it right. Some of the things, we also need to be advising them and supporting them in the process. Because if we are not supporting them, otherwise, even from our side, we will be failing. But in this instance, what I did by sending him the list, I'm actually saving the organization. Otherwise, he could have claimed for more than 300.
Brigadier, surely if he had claimed for more than 300, the organization would have run their papers against his to check if that number was correct, particularly when you say that at that point you had checked the non-arrivals and it was an ongoing problem. So if you got a bill for 300 non-arrivals, surely somebody in the relevant department would have checked that.
I wish you can understand the process, how it works. When they submit their claim, they will send, maybe if members attended the medical surveillance, they will send the certificate of fitness that we spoke about yesterday, the COF. Now, when they were to submit the non-arrival, now you don't have a COF. And you'll find the doctors are still busy with the completing the COFs. Then they will send a name list of non-arrival. But in this instance, he didn't even claim for the non-arrival of this 140. It cannot be...
No, Brigadier, let's not go to whether or not he claimed. Let's deal with the process. You are saying that, it seems that you're suggesting that there would have been no way for the organization to check whether or not his list would correspond with the organization's list?
They will.
They will.
They
So
will.
if they will, at that point, there was no need for you to save the organization, as it were, because this would have come out in the regular process of checking their work against your records.
If you say so, but according to me, I was saving the organization. You don't know if maybe we have some administration flows that will end up advantaging Mr. Madlanga when he's claiming. So for me, what I did to save the organization.
Let's then test the idea that it was okay for him to approach you. You say that, because it was his first time, he needed some guidance. Would you be the right person to do this? As I understood, your evidence is things like invoicing, and that wouldn't come to your environment. Moreover, it's the ECOs who have direct contact with his people. And also from your chat, it's clear that even when he requests a code, you would have to check with somebody else. So it doesn't seem like you would have been in any event the right person to ask this or to guide him in this process.
No, I am. Remember, it was not an invoice. It was just comparison of the name list. I am the right person, and I'm well within my responsibility to exchange the name list with this service provider.
But Brigadier, it goes more than the name list. He's even asking you for the no-show code. So that's directed at getting, and as you say, you can send her an email requesting code for non-arrival fee. So that goes to beyond just the list. It was about for a process for him to claim.
I cannot dictate. I cannot dictate what he writes to me. But my response, I have advised him to say that we can check with Colonel Mogadi, or you can send an email and request the code.
No, Brigadier, you say I will check with General Mogadi.
Yes.
Or your office can send an email requesting the code. So it's you who's playing that role. Yes. And in fact, in response, he says, okay, let me know if you are winning. So you're essentially part of this process.
Yes.
And you still maintain that it was your job to do so.
It's part of me supporting the service provider.
Okay, thank you, Brigadier.
Thank you.
Perhaps, Brigadier, maybe let's understand what in fact is the role and functions of the environmental compliance officers. What role do they play?
The environmental compliance officer will also play a similar role. They will obtain authorizations. They will schedule appointments with the service provider. Then they will keep the name list of attendance, including the refusals and the no-show.
Yes.
Normally, when you have your no-shows, we don't reschedule another appointment.
Yeah, no, don't explain that. So you're saying you basically did that which environmental compliance officers do with this exchange with Mr. Madlanga. You've just said it's what environmental officers would do. You did it anyway.
You know, Commissioner, sometimes I find it difficult to respond because I want to respond and explain how it happened. What is the role of the ECOs? And where do I come in? Why was I involved in this matter? Now, the first appointment, when it's done, and you have 300 and, for the example that I just gave, you have 337 non-arrivals. Then the service provider must claim for the non-arrivals. But myself, being there, now I'm pushing for an additional appointment. And I push him 3 times for the additional appointment. Why I did that? Because I received an email. Remember, I was still new in the environment. I then received an email coming from Colonel Mogadi. And the email is saying, "Good day, General. I hope you are well." That was the email on the 10th of September. "I have a challenge with CR and CSM. For the past years, meaning with the previous service providers, I've been getting a lot of missed appointments from this environment, and it's costing the state a lot of money. Currently, I have 20 members that refuse on the day when the nurses are there. I am going to be charged by the service provider for having nurses come and do nothing for that day." The email was sent to myself and General Manamela. As a brigadier, I need to intervene now to minimize the fruitless expenditure. That's when I intervene. And maybe I use my relationship to the advantage of SAPS. If I use it to the advantage of SAPS, then I'm disadvantaging the service provider. Because his first claim was supposed to be on 337. Then I further push him for a second appointment, then I push him for the third appointment until that number drastically reduced.
See, the problem with explaining is you end up saying things that don't answer my question. That's why I stop you.
Okay.
You obviously have your reasons why you want to give an explanation. My question is simply this. You are sharing with Mr. Matala a list of members. You then say to him that you tell him, "This is the list of no-shows." That's what you tell him.
That's correct.
And then you offer to get him the no-show code for a non-arrival fee, or you say he can request it after you've checked. My question is, you are doing all of this. What is the function? What are the functions of an ECO if you are doing this? You're engaging, you're giving him a list of no-shows, you're offering to find him the code for the non-arrival fee. You're doing all of that, and I simply want to know, if you're doing all of this, isn't this the work or the job or the responsibility of ECOs? And you had already answered that they do this. And all I was putting to you, or what I wanted to put to you is, so you basically were doing that which ECOs do in these pages. It's part of the functions of the ECOs to do the audit and say to him, these are the only no-shows we have, not your 300, but the 140. That's something that ECOs would do. That's all I wanted to verify with you.
The ECOs will have stopped their responsibility on the non-arrival of 337. They will have stopped there.
What does it mean? What do you mean? I don't understand.
When appointments are being made,
yes,
and members did not arrive for the appointment, then the ECO will stop, will not initiate an additional appointment.
Yes.
But because of this email...
No, forget the email. Just forget the email for purposes of my discussion with you. I really am not interested in that email. These ECOs would book for 390 people,
They'll
right?
book for 553.
Yes, and then only a certain number will arrive. Mr. Matala, in terms of his contract, is entitled to charge a non-arrival fee for those people.
Yes.
What Ms. Powe was putting to you was, but surely the subsystem would have picked that up. You didn't have to get involved with it at this point because you're not the contract manager. So if he claims for everybody, if he claimed for everyone, right? As if they presented, as if they arrived. You did not have to be the one that says, no, you're only entitled to 140, because the subsystem would have responded to him, would have picked it up and said to him, you're only entitled to claim for 140. That's what Ms. Boye was putting to you, and I haven't heard your answer to that question. Are you agreeing with Ms. Bowe that the subsystem, those who are responsible for management of this contract, not you, somebody else is responsible to manage the contract. You made a point of telling us yesterday that you're not responsible to manage this contract. Do you agree when Ms. Bowe proposes to you or suggests to you that the subsystem in finance or another section would have picked up that Mr. Madlanga is not entitled to claim for 300 or whatever number, but he's only entitled to claim for these 140? Are you prepared to accept that? Or you say, no, if you did not intervene, the SABC doesn't have a system or a way of picking up that he's not entitled to claim the 300, but only the 140?
I will not say the SABC doesn't have a system. They do have a system, but sometimes you will have the administration flows, or there will be some administration errors on the system. The process of claiming for the non-arrival is much quicker than when you submit a claim of with a COF. Because with a COF, the doctor must still wait for the blood result or the urine result. Then they must complete the COF. It must be signed by an OC Health. But with the non-arrival, it's just a name list. So this one can be submitted while that other process is still taking place with the doctors. I'm not sure if I'm making sense.
So when you gave him this list, can I just check what you're saying? When you gave him this list, it would have helped him to put in a claim and to get paid sooner than if he had followed the normal process of submitting his claim to the finance, and then they have to wait for other records that you are describing before he gets paid out.
No, it will not have. It will not have. I'm just explaining the process of SABC where it might be having some flows on it. But it will not have, because these medicals were conducted in September.
And explain, maybe just re-explain what you're saying. Here's what I understand you to say from the last thing you said was the process of claiming is longer because it goes to the CFO, it goes to finance, right? Which I think, I expect that's what happens. It doesn't come to you. It goes to finance, where they require him to submit certain documents. They do their own checks before he gets paid, right? Before payments are processed and approved. I understood you to explain that. That's a normal process. But if he gets a list like this from you, all he needs is a code for the non-arrival fee, and then he submits, and then he gets payment quicker than following that long normal process that is regulated by the contract. I've understood you to say that.
No, Commissioner. No. It's not like that.
Explain it again.
For him, he's already having a list.
From you?
No, from his side.
No, we're talking about this list. I'm asking you specifically about the consequence.
He cannot use
Let me explain myself so that you understand my question. You gave Mr. Madlanga this list, right? This is confirmation from you, from your area, that these people did not arrive. You say you get the code for him, or you say to him, I'll get you the code for the non-arrival fee. So now he's got the information that he needs. He's got a list of people that you have accepted didn't appear. He will submit that, this list and the code. He gets paid on that basis. The alternative to this, if you did not give him this list, he would have had to follow the normal contract process. If you hadn't given him this list, he would follow the process of preparing his own list, submitting it to finance with whatever documents the contract says he must submit, right? And the finance people would then require whatever documents you've told us. There will be doctors signing this and that that must accompany his claim for payment. That's a longer process, and that's what you said earlier. That process is long. And so his payment would have been delayed. What I'm proposing to you, or what I'm suggesting to you, is when you gave him this list, you were actually helping him to get payment sooner than the normal process that is prescribed by the contract and SABC's internal processes would have taken for him to get payment. That's what you did with this. You were helping him.
No, Commissioner, it's not like that. I don't even know how to explain it further. A low number. If we arrange medical for 20 people, then 10 people arrive for the medical surveillance, and the other 10 doesn't arrive for the appointment. Now this other 10 will be charged for the non-arrival because the doctors were there. Now, the other 10, when they do their medicals, because they were there for the appointment, now they must be sent to the pathologist. Sending them to the pathologist for the blood test and for the whatever, when it comes back with the result. Now the org health must complete a COF. I'm not talking about the 10 that did not arrive. Then we'll complete the medical report, include it in their file, and compile what we call a COF. Then they can submit the COF, and the COF, once it has been received, the supply chain management will certify the payment because they receive the COF. But with the non-arrival, they can just take the list, their own list, not Macheng's list. They take their list. They must also, I don't know, they attach the authorization, then they submit to supply chain. It's not the same process.
Okay. Why did you not let him do that here with his non-arrivals? Why didn't you just let Mr. Matala compile his own list in his office? Because he's got the list. So
Yes.
why didn't you just let it be? Let him do what every other supplier who has no relationship with you does, which is they take their list, they attach the appointment, I think you say it's an appointment letter, approvals, and then submit it to finance. Why didn't you just leave it at that?
His list is wrong because he has more numbers on the list than he's supposed to have.
But finance would have picked it up and would have come to you if necessary to say this is what he's claiming, is this correct? The question I'm asking you is why was it necessary for you to intervene here when it's not your function to verify these submissions? It's a finance function. Your ECOs have this information. Why didn't you just leave it to run its normal course as contracted with Mr. Matala, as SABC, not you, as SABC contracted with Mr. Matala, claims will be processed? Why didn't you not leave it?
I could not leave it, Commissioner, because for me, I saw he wanted to claim more for the non-arrivals, and at the end of the day, we will be sitting again with the problem of fruitless expenditure.
No, you wouldn't.
Just
no, you
like
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't, because finance would pick it up. It's not your job to do the audits. You've told us that. You've told us your responsibilities. It's not your job to do this. ECOs are responsible for putting up these appointments. Finance is responsible for processing claims for payment. It's not in your job description. Yesterday you said, I have nothing to do with claims. So you would not have had a fruitless and wasteful expenditure because your finance people and your ECOs would have dealt with it as required in accordance with the contract. You inserted yourself into something that has nothing to do with your responsibilities, and I'm suggesting to you that your involvement in this way was because it is Mr. Madlanga, and you were assisting him. That's what I'm putting to you. You were deliberately assisting him because of your relationship with him. You can comment if you want to.
My comment, Commissioner, I do not agree with your suggestion because I could have assisted any other service provider the same way that I was assisting Mr. Madlanga. And even in my office, they know that I'm a hands-on person. Every week I'll call them to say that, come and present this to me, come and present that. So I was monitoring, and the list that was submitted to him, or the list that I forwarded to him, it can be that it assisted him, but also it advantaged the organization, because the claim will have been more than what he was claiming.
All right, we don't know that the claim would have been more than, because we don't have that information before us. But can I suggest this to you for your comment, that even if all of this was innocent, even if you were not aiming to assist Mr. Madlanga, do you see what it looks like, though? Even if with the benefit of hindsight, do you see the appearances of it? That you have a relationship with this service provider, as you described it yesterday, according to you. You have an intimate relationship with him, and here you are, doing things that ordinarily, for him, doing things that ordinarily do not fall within your responsibilities, your direct responsibilities. You are assisting him get a code. Yesterday we had other discussions about you calling service providers, and you accepted, your words were, yes, I overstepped. Do you at least see that the appearances of it, or the appearance of it is, you use your position, that's what it looks like. You use your position within the SABC to assist Mr. Madlanga. That's what it looks like, even if that was not your intention. Do you at least accept that the appearances of it are bad?
The appearance might look like that, but Commissioner, I must correct something when you say it is not within my responsibility. It's within my responsibility. It's part of my job description that I also need to manage and coordinate the medical surveillance and biological monitoring. I need to ensure that there's 100% compliance. Although at my level, I'll be managing, I will let him members account. I'll also give direction on what needed to be done.
Exactly my point, ma'am, that you had people whose direct responsibility is this, and they account to you. You told us yesterday your role was to resolve challenges, right? But here we are having you offering to get no arrival codes, no arrival fee codes for Mr. Madlanga. That has nothing to do with your job. It's not. It's not your job. So all I'm saying to you is that the appearances of it are not good, and perhaps I should leave it at that, because you have said, even if, yes, you can see, even if that's the appearance, that's not what you were doing. And I'm happy to leave it at that. Thank you, Ms. Bose.
Until past, Ms. Bose.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Commissioners.
I was still conferring with my co-commissioners about it. Thank you.
Commissioner Kumalo stepped in.
He was too quick to the draw.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, just to wrap this interaction up, do you also accept that there were other ways in which you could have protected SAP's interests, including, for example, alerting the ECOs that, Mr. Matala is proceeding with this process, he's under the impression that there are 300 non-arrivals because of the 2 others. You just need to make that available so that we are clear. You could also go to finance equally and say, this claim is about to come, this is the number. So there are proactive measures that you could have taken within the organization to ensure that the organization's interests are protected. Do you accept that there were those options, albeit you didn't exercise them?
No, they are not there.
So you're suggesting that knowing that he would have made that claim, that there was nothing you could do but to correct him, there was nothing you could do internally?
Normally when there are non-arrivals and the non-arrivals are submitted and I am the coordinator, then I will know Macheng, Mukwena, and this person did not arrive in the environment.
No, Brigadier, what I'm posing to you is, in the call the day before, correct, you said, during that conversation, Mr. Matala says, I want to submit the 300 non-arrivals. You, based on your position and everything that's reported to you, know that this is not true because there were 2 other negotiated dates that would have reduced the number, correct? So in order to stop that from happening, assuming that at that point you thought there may be loopholes and flaws in the system, there are steps that you could have taken internally to avoid a situation where he gets to put in that claim without verification? Or are you saying that even with that knowledge, there was no way you could have said anything to anyone within the organization to check that this issue doesn't arise?
First of all, I'm not involved in the claim. When the claim is submitted, I'm not even aware how many members have been submitted for claiming.
Sorry, Brigadier, I'm talking from a point of you are in this call, you are told this claim is going to be made. So this is not an ordinary course where you don't know anything. In this instance, you say on the 19th you knew that he wanted to put in a claim for 300 non-arrivals. So you had that knowledge. It's not the normal time where you're not involved in the process. Here you clearly are.
What about the claim that went in without being verified or certified by the end user? So for me, I was doing my job. As part of my responsibility is also to prevent the fruitless expenditure. There are claims that are going through without consulting or certification of the end user. As an end user, if there are 20 non-arrivals, I need to certify and confirm. And that's what I was trying to explain, to say, if we have Macheng, Mabena, Ngosi, that did not go for the medical surveillance, and the service provider is submitting a name list to say, I'm claiming for these 3 people who did not arrive for their appointment. Then the confirmation must be done with me as an end user to say, Macheng, confirm these 3 people before we can do a payment. But currently in our situation, service providers submit a non-arrival. Payment will be made without a certification of the end user.
Brigadier, where do we see that Mr. Matala sent you a list of people that he was going to claim for? You did discuss that he's going to submit a claim. You've told us that. So you do have discussions with this particular service provider about claims that are going to be submitted. Let's agree on that from your own evidence. where do we see, because what we have in front of us is you calling him, and you, the next thing that happens from you is you send him a list of people that did not present. Where do we see that, in fact, you were responding to his claim of 300 plus people, whatever number you say he was going to claim for? Where do we see that?
He did not send me a list. He just indicated that they have 300 non-arrivals, which they need to claim for.
So he did not send you a list? Okay. Thank you.
Brigadier, I'm going to move from this point and go to the next set of chats. There are calls that happen on the 24th, 25th, and let's just turn to the 26th of February. That's still on page 30. There's first a video call, a call at 15:35. Thereafter, Mr. Matlala sends you a message at 15:39, just saying signal. And then you respond at 15:55 with, I'm going to do it on my private phone. Then there's a screenshot. Maybe before I go further, can you explain what was happening here?
Yeah, I think maybe you must take it with a screenshot. My WhatsApp was acting up. There was a problem with my WhatsApp. When I was calling or receiving calls, then I'll get this message of waiting for others. Even when I was called people will be saying to me, are you connecting additional people to our WhatsApp conversation? Then I was showing him the proof that my WhatsApp is saying waiting for others. I don't know why it was saying WhatsApp for waiting for others. Then he said you must download Signal.
Well, the WhatsApp that you are discussing now comes after he has said to you Signal.
Yes.
You are talking to Mr. Matala up to the 26th on the phone at 15:35. And then it's a call from you on the 26th. And then he sends you a message at 15:39. So you called him 15:35, he sends you a message 15:39. He says signal. What was that all about?
The same explanation, Commissioner. When I was talking to him over the phone, I told him that my WhatsApp, when someone is calling me, is indicating waiting for others. Then he says download Signal. Then he forwarded me the name Signal.
Okay. And why? Why did he want you to? What do you know about Signal? And why did he want you to be on Signal? You could have done a normal voice call. So it's not as if your only option was Signal.
It works better than WhatsApp.
But you also say, I'm going to do it on my private phone.
Yes.
Well, it seems that at this point, you and Mr. Matala realize that whatever further conversation you're going to have, it has to be a secret conversation that no one can hear. Otherwise, because that's what Signal does. I think I can put that to you. Let's not debate Signal. People go to Signal to get absolute secrecy, as best as that app can do. So he suggests that to you. Let's go to a more private platform. And then you also say, I'm going to do it on my private phone. Yes, that's you saying, I'll do it on my private phone. So you both agree to leave this phone that you are using and the platform. When if it was simply a WhatsApp problem, which, well, I know I do. If I struggle with WhatsApp, I do a normal voice call. You're not choosing that. You seem to both prefer now to move to a more private platform. Why is that?
He says it works the same as WhatsApp.
Brigadier, is the answer not what appears on page 31 at the bottom of the page?
Page?
31. Is
When
the
he
answer
says
not
they're
that
bagging it.
Mr. Matlala suspected that his phone was bugged? That's
My
why
phone.
he suggested to you that you move to Signal. He did not want you to continue the conversation
Yeah,
on
they-
WhatsApp because he suspected that his phone was bugged.
No, not his phone, my phone. It's my phone because he's saying, I'm sending him a picture
Yes.
which indicate that when someone calls me on WhatsApp, it says waiting for others. Now his response is they are bugging it.
Is he referring there to your phone?
Yes, to my phone.
And then, Brigadier, you proceed to say that you're still downloading WhatsApp and Signal on your private phone, network is slow, otherwise we'll call you tomorrow. And that's at page 32 at 1955. You see that? And he responds with okay. Did you end up downloading Signal and having conversations there rather?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Brigadier. And then you'll see then on the 27th, so the very next day, you continue using this phone, both of you, because he then calls you at 11:26.
Where are you?
The
Which
next,
page are you?
still
You
on
are
page
still on
32.
31.
On page 32. Remember, you say that you then downloaded Signal and then you proceeded to talk on that platform. You see now the very next day you continue on this phone.
Yes.
Did the fears about being bugged or issues with WhatsApp disappear?
What happened, I deleted my WhatsApp. I deleted the whole of WhatsApp and downloaded it again.
So is this to say then you no longer used that Signal platform?
Yes.
You reverted back to
Yes,
this?
because I was struggling to download the Signal on my phone.
Wait, so you didn't download the Signal?
I can't remember if I downloaded it or not, but I was struggling to download it. Hence, we continue chatting on WhatsApp.
Yes, Brigadier, I just understood you earlier to say you downloaded it and then you had a conversation on that day.
I was struggling to download Signal. Then we had a conversation on that day on WhatsApp.
Oh, on WhatsApp.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not recorded in these chats. So usually, if you would have had that conversation that day, it would appear as a text, like, a bubble with audio or video call. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. You were struggling to download Signal, you didn't download Signal. Does that mean that then that was the end of that conversation and nothing else happened? Or is it that you downloaded Signal and had a conversation, but because you rebooted your WhatsApp, there was no longer a need to use it?
I downloaded Signal, but I struggled using Signal.
Okay.
Then I deleted my WhatsApp.
Yes.
And downloaded a new WhatsApp. Hence, we are continuing using the WhatsApp because I was struggling with the Signal.
So there wasn't a further conversation on the 26th?
On the 26th. No, there was. There it says, I'm still downloading WhatsApp and Signal on my private phone. Network slow, otherwise we'll call you tomorrow. And he says, okay.
Yes, I think we may just be speaking past each other. I take it that you didn't use Signal and there wasn't a separate call.
Yes,
the following
yes.
day, you just proceeded to use this phone. That's correct? Okay. Then, Brigadier, then let's go to the following day on the 27th of February 2025 at 11:26. It starts there with a call from Mr. Madlanga. You'll see then he responds, you respond. You write to him and say, ballistics EC. Right? I'm just going to, I just want to see how long. I'm going to run through the entire conversation on this day and then proceed to ask you about it. He responds with a question mark, right? You then say outstanding biological monitoring. At 12:48 as well, again you say, I do not have a list because it's not from my environment. He then responds and says, can you send the date when the medical was conducted? And then at 13:12, you say doctor's signature is 28 November 2025. Then you give Mr. Madlanga a call. Just to begin with, can you help place or contextualize this conversation? What were you talking about here?
I think he was looking for some sort of a list, or he wanted to do medicals, or he was struggling with medical surveillance in Eastern Cape. And I said, no, it's ballistic Eastern Cape. He wanted the list. I don't have that list. It's not from my environment.
So in this context, it's Mr. Madlanga who's asking for some sort of list.
Yes.
And you respond and say, ballistics EC.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand, he's asking for a list. Why is that your response?
I don't know whether he was asking for a list or he's asking for clarity. I'm looking at it, but what I know that it was not from my environment. If I'm responding to him to say ballistic Eastern Cape, that means it's not from my environment. Hence, further I'm saying is the outstanding biological monitoring. I do not have a list because it's not from my environment.
Okay, so this is not from your environment, and then he proceeds to say, can you send the date when the medical was conducted? And then you provide a date. I am assuming that it's a date by when the medical should be conducted, because you then provide a future date, that doctor's signature is 28 November 2025. And this conversation happens in February of 2025.
Even that date doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense only if you say 2025 is an error. Because the previous message says he asks you to send a date when the medical was conducted. So it's a date in the past. So it seems that it would be, you meant 28 November 2024. You agree? You're shaking your head?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you're nodding rather. Yes, Ms. Boy?
So in this context, was it, I'm trying to understand why is it that, if your recollection is correct, that it is Mr. Madlanga asking you for a list, why he would be asking you for this list? I'm assuming he would understand or know what environment you service.
I can't remember. That one I can't remember.
And then do you accept that even this kind of interaction, even if...
Perhaps, yeah, if you can hold your thought, and let's resume at 11:45. Let's adjourn.
there is not actually Wi-Fi I can use to do my tasks, and it's very hard for me, and I must also pay if I want to go to the farm official and do my tasks that I want to do. Yes.
You know, your principal touched on that because he says that the connectivity in the area is not that great, and we'll also experience it, you know, coming in. But he was saying that on some of the farms, you only get connection at certain points. So how do you guys deal with that, right? When you get home, how are you doing your revision right now? And also the fact that it also just is taking you so long between when you leave school and getting back home. Wadey?
Yes, the time, let me say, management is not that great, but we need to buy our own data, have our own Wi-Fi, so that we can complete the stores. So yes.
And how are you able to do that when you get home?
You really need to work on your time. You need to balance your time pretty well so that you can complete a certain task with all those challenges. Yes.
Yeah. And Angel, have you found that when you have to go to, let's say, the farm office and to ask them if you can just sit there for a bit to do your homework or to do research, how do they receive you? Do they agree, or is it, do you have to negotiate with them?
Yes, sometimes they tell me that I must pay in, or I can use the Wi-Fi on working on my phone, and sometimes I must just accept that I can work there, and that's hard for me.
You guys being in matric, it is a critical year, but also a good year. How are you hoping that these laptops are going to assist you?
Well, it's first for many learners, and I do believe that this experience can benefit them for the good in the future. So we're just thankful for the sponsor, and I believe these laptops, it can go a very far way for each and everyone that didn't have this experience yet. Yeah.
And Angel, for you?
Excuse me, the computers can help many learners to do their task at the school, and the computers can also build the technology skills.
So what are your own plans? You're matric this year. What are you working towards? What's your dream? Of course, I know you want to pass matric, but what's your dream once you are actually done with this year?
Well, it's a question we get a lot. But I would love to work in the medical field because I love caring for others' needs. And it's a deeply rewarding feeling. Yes. So I love to go into the medical field.
Fantastic. So that means you're also smart, eh, Wadey?
Yes.
Is that why you're the head girl? You get all the top marks around here. And you, Angel?
When I'm done with matric, I like to go study agriculture, drone operator.
Okay.
Because I want to perform farming and crop-related tasks.
Oh, wow. So you actually want to keep it sort of in line with the environment that you're in.
Yes.
Some people find farming boring, Angel, and they think, no, the minute I'm done, I want to leave the small farming town and I want to go to the city and never come back. Tell me why you are looking at it and are saying, actually, I want to still do what I see my family members doing, what I see my community doing.
What I love, what I love is that they get promoted to higher qualifications of, and they can work on another farm or in another province, and they can get more experience and they can enjoy it as well as there and have a good salaries.
Okay. So you're looking at that, you're like, I need to make money. So the best thing for me to do is to go into this aspect of the career. I think you're onto something there, Angel.
Yes.
Well, we're so grateful that you guys have had us at your school. Thank you for welcoming us. You guys are the top 1 and 2 academically at the school. So I think the expectations are high, ne? Lots of people are expecting lots of things from you, right? Don't let the pressure get too much, though. Don't let the pressure get too much. But I see just from this morning, you've got very supportive teachers who will be there and hold your hand through it all. We wish you guys all of the very best. And I hope that next year, the beginning of January, you're going to call our producers and give us the results, ne? Please, teacher, please, Principal Jack, we want their results so that we can put them on the radio again. So all of the best for the year, guys, and enjoy the laptops, all right?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That is Angel Diergaard and Wady Blanche, the head girl and the head boy of Skeverberg Secondary School. Okay, so that I think brings us to the end of our live broadcast from Optiberg. We're still going to go and enjoy more of the view and the scenery out here and take in the cool breeze. And while we do that, we're going to hand you back over to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry.
Sanibonani dumelang absheni lochani Zansi igama lam nguzanele untomdodwa izintluzelza, but you can simply call me Uzanele Mthombeni. I am your new host khona yi Ekaslami, the TV show that profiles some of your absolute faves celebrities. I'm talking when an actor, musician, bona, politician, benekant zonke bonke zikhona, and we take them to Ekasi and find out who exactly they were before all the glitz, glam, lights, cameras, and action. Oh, bye, Uzi. Uzi, mutokulayo. Ulakamnani.
Ekaslami, Tuesday at 6 on SABC 1. Mzansi for sure.
Welcome to it. This is season 1 of Playlist happening right here at Malok, and believe me, it's a party.
At 11:26. And then the next thing that happens is you say ballistic EC. So, and he knows, he must know what you're talking about when you say ballistic EC. You've just had a call with him. So I think it is reasonable, at least for me, to say your ballistic EC had something to do with the call that you just had. Is that, do you accept that's a fair way of dealing with this? Okay. And then he sends you a question mark shortly thereafter. And then you tell him, you answer his question mark. You say, outstanding biological monitoring. So you provide him with information. He's not asked you. He doesn't say, at least not on the WhatsApp chats. It doesn't say something about outstanding biological monitoring. What this suggests so far is that you volunteer information following your call. You volunteer something ballistic EC. His question mark may mean you're not clear. He doesn't fully understand what you're conveying. And then you tell him what it is. You say, outstanding biological monitoring. And then you go on to say, I do not have a list because it's not from my environment. So you tell him there's outstanding biological monitoring, but you can't provide him with a list. He doesn't ask you for a list after you say biological monitoring. He doesn't say, give me the list. You tell him, I do not have a list because it's not my environment. So you are going to give him a list, except it's not your environment, so you can't do it. Then he says, can you send the date when the medical was conducted? You say doctor's signature is 28 November, and we've agreed it must be 2024, not 2025. So even though it's not your environment, you have gone into the system to find the date. Because you've just said to him, it's not your environment. You can't give him information. So we know that what is accessible to you in your environment doesn't contain this information. That's why you can't give him a list. But you have the date. It must mean that you went into that environment, which is not yours, into their system, to see the date, to give it to him. That's what this sequence conveys, unless you give another explanation.
No comment, Commissioner.
Good morning, Brigadier.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Is it fair to conclude that if Mr. Matlala was not your boyfriend, this sort of communication would not be happening with you, but would be happening with people who are responsible for this line function?
No, it's not fair. I'm dealing with different service providers. I'm communicating with them whenever they are having challenges or when they want to inquire about something.
On similar issues?
As a health risk manager, I'm talking about other service providers, maybe your waste removal contract or your occupational exposure limit contract. Is different service providers.
Yes, so if they have issues with billing, for example, and billing correctly and submitting proper lists and submitting things about the work that they have done, do they normally communicate with you?
No, they don't.
Yes. And do they do it on WhatsApp when they communicate with you? Or is it usually on email?
No, even on WhatsApp, they do communicate.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just to complete after you said no comment, I put to you what I say these WhatsApps convey, and you said no comment, and I just want to conclude it by saying that no comment in this case, I take it you accept what I say they convey, because you don't have a comment about it. And that's the basis on which I will treat your response as well. You accept what I've put to you that these WhatsApp messages convey.
I'm not accepting, Commissioner, and the reason for me saying no comment is when you are saying there's a system, I went into the system. We don't have a system that keeps this information.
Okay, maybe then let's explore that further. Where this is not your environment, how would you have known the doctor's signature date of 28 November 2024 for an area that doesn't fall within your space? Eastern Cape, ballistics is C, I think it's Eastern Cape, outstanding biological monitoring. How would you have known that signature if you are dealing with something that doesn't belong to your area?
Sometimes when there's a challenge, there's 3 brigadiers in our environment that are managing this. Sometimes when there's a problem or a challenge or whatever, or anything that must be communicated to us, an email will be sent to the 3 of us.
No, but you don't have information, you don't have a list. And you say sometimes, you're not saying that was the case here. Can we just clarify that? That you're not saying to us now that you got this information about the doctor's signature, that you got that from an email that was sent to you and the other 3 brigadiers, or was sent by 3 brigadiers. You're not saying that.
When medicals are conducted, it's not a list, you'll get a COF. It might be that on 12:49, can you send a date when the medical was conducted? It might be a different topic, not the one relating to the other three
WhatsApp messages.
messages.
Okay, it is not, Brigadier, because so the message before, can you send a date? That message is from you to him at 12:48, 47 seconds. You say, I do not have a list because it's not my environment. And at 12:49, 30 seconds, so at 12:49, 30 seconds, he says, can you send the date when the medical was conducted? So we know that there is no other communication between the two of you, between these WhatsApp messages. So it's not correct what you're saying, that it doesn't relate to that. If we work off your WhatsApp messages, there is no intervening call, there is no intervening WhatsApp message that indicates that this is a different conversation. In fact, within the minute of you saying it's not in my environment, within a minute, he says, give me the date. And so you know what date he's referring to.
Unfortunately, Commissioner, on this one, I also cannot follow the sequence. I don't know. It might be that on our call, when we discuss, it might be that we discuss two things that are relating to this matter. The one for Eastern Cape and this one of the doctor, because now it's COF. Here we are talking about the list, which is a name list. On the other hand, can you send me the date when the medical was conducted? It's a COF only that will have a date.
I don't know
that. So it might be two different things. Hence, I'm saying this conversation, it might be, we can break it into two. But I also cannot follow this conversation. I'm struggling to follow.
Yes, Brigadier, remember unless now you want to tell us what your telephone call with Mr. Matlala was, you have said to us you don't remember what the telephone call at on the 27th at 11:26. You don't remember what it was. So we have to work with that. We have to work with you do not have a recollection what it is. We can't now, as you're sitting there, start making up what it might not have been with you attempting to give an explanation. We have only WhatsApp messages to try and figure out what could have been the conversation. What we know is there's a call, and that call is followed by you saying ballistic EC. We know that, right? And because there's nothing else, there's no other WhatsApp exchange about ballistic EC, we deduce, and I'm saying to you, it's reasonable to deduce that the ballistic EC must have come from your telephone call with him, because that's what happened earlier at 11:26. You offer ballistic EC, it must come from your telephone call. And then, because anything else doesn't make sense, any other explanation would not make sense. And then he sends you a question mark. You know what that question mark means, because there's no telephone call between you after he sends the question mark. There's no call between the two of you. There's in fact you responding, saying outstanding biological monitoring. So you know what that question mark is asking you, and you could only know that from your earlier telephone call. And then he says, and then you say, you volunteer, I do not have a list because it's not from my environment. That's you volunteering. So we know this is not from your area, from what you say in the WhatsApp message. But a minute later, he says, send the date when the medical was conducted. And indeed, you send a date. And what I'm putting to you is, in the absence of an explanation, and all we have is working off these WhatsApp messages, it suggests that you got this information, you looked it up, because it's not in your area. You looked it up, it's not a different conversation, because those two messages are within a minute of each other. So we know we must say it is the same, And you must have gotten this information from an area that doesn't belong to you. That's what I'm saying, that's what it looks like. And that I'm suggesting to you, that's in fact what it is. You went into the system or you called somebody outside of your area and got this information so that you can give it to Mr. Matlala. Thank you, Ms. Bob.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Brigadier, if we can then move to the following day. Just for orientation, I think we'll look at the conversations until page 35, because that seems like a good way to divide that day. So on the 3rd of March 2025 at 18:18, you call Mr. Matlala. There's another call at 18:49 and another at 19:08. This is then followed at 19:10 by a picture of a Lancet invoice. In response, Mr. Matlala sends an email from one James Murray dealing with additional invoices. And then Mr. Matlala follows that up with a message that says, James said he saw this already and he even communicated with Lancet regarding this discrepancy. You then respond at 19:52 with, oh, perfect, and a emoji. I'm not going to attempt to say what that is.
It's a sharp.
It's a sharp. Oh,
perfect.
Okay. Yes. At your statement, you explain this at paragraph 32. That's at page 8 of the statement. And you'll recall when you were going through your version, there was an exchange with the commissioners regarding this, and you explained that it was because the accounts for the Lancet invoices were in the accounts of members, whereas it ought to have been in the name of Medicare as the service provider. Do you want to add anything to that explanation that you gave?
I must just say on this one of the Lancet report, the members that I assisted, where I intervened that the account must be transferred to Medicare, and indeed they were transferred to Medicare. Those members that I assisted, they are very happy because now we still have some other accounts which are not yet, they will come in drips and pieces. As they come, then I forward them. So now, sorry, now we are sitting with a situation whereby the account is on the member's name and the pathologist are threatening to take legal action against the member. So this one, although I was assisting Mr. Matlala, but it's a job well done because our members are very happy. There's no legal action that will be taken against our members.
Okay, thank you, Brigadier. You said now in your response that this issue still affects some other members. Did this communication then sort of take place on sort of official channels so that it could be remedied for all members?
It did take place on an official channel as and when we receive them. I will send an email to Medicare, then I'll also send Mr. Matlala to say, look, we still have another challenge. Please make sure that you correct it. The problem with the email is that when you were sending them an email, they might even take weeks before they respond to your email. So some of the other things are very urgent and requires urgent intervention. Hence, most of the things I will send through WhatsApp.
And then this sort of intervention, does it qualify that it would have been brought to, say, the ECO's attention and then escalated to you, and that is why you were intervening?
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioners, I'm going to move to the next set of chats unless there are questions on this. Okay. So still on the same day, at 2013, you sent a text to Mr. Matlala that just meant where you say my medication, and then Mr. Matlala responds and says
My Ozempic.
It's a medication, Commissioner.
Thank you.
yes, yes, Chair. And then Mr. Matlala responds and says, it's hectic, pricey at 4,500 for 3, but I just gave Leandre. And then also says, I'll push him. You respond with a please and the praying hands emojis or this emoji. And that marks the end of that interaction. Can you explain what was happening here?
Here, it's Ozempic. It works in 2 ways. It assists with stabilizing your sugar levels, as well as weight loss. So normally you will struggle to get it from the chemist. So they had a chemist that they were buying Ozempic, and I then requested him as a boyfriend to say, can I have my Ozempic? And I think the second message is a forwarded message. He sent it to someone responded to say it's hectic at 4.5 for 3, but I can get it, just gave Leandre his today.
Okay.
Then his response was, I'll push him.
Let me mention the amount is indicated, 4,500 rand.
For 3 pence.
For 3.
Yes, for 3 pence.
In your response, you say that they had a chemist. What do you mean by that?
No, I say it's very difficult to get hold of Ozempic.
Okay.
Yeah, from their side, I don't know, they were getting it from a certain chemist.
When you say their side, who's they?
Matlala.
Oh, him.
Oh, Medicare, let me say Medicare.
Oh, Medicare.
Yes.
Okay, so you were asking him to get it through his sort of Medicare Connect?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you were asking him as a boyfriend?
As a boyfriend, yes.
Was it because you had a prescription for it that couldn't be filled at a pharmacy, or there was no prescription, rather that you were just engaging him as a boyfriend?
I had a prescription of Ozempic, and I was struggling to get Ozempic.
All right, so you provided him with the prescription to get the medication for you.
Can I comment something on the Ozempic part?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say, as I have indicated, that the Ozempic, you can also use it for weight loss. At least I was doing it the normal way. I did not go for BBL. Like others did BBLs.
Brigadier, do you want to explain what the relevance of that is? When you say that at least you were using that and not and didn't go for BBL, what is the relevance of that before this commission?
Yeah, I'm just explaining because I was told that Ozempic will go hand in hand with BBL. And those that I'm seeing at work who did the BBL, they also use Ozempic. So for me, from my boyfriend, I only asked for Ozempic, unlike those that ask for BBL.
I've just been cautioned by Commissioner Kumalo not to mention what BBL stands for.
Yes, yes.
In fairness, Chair, the Brazilian butt lift, for those who don't know, if we're mentioning all of these names, let's mention all of these medical terms. I suppose my difficulty, Brigadier, is that you seem to be wanting to imply something to the commission, or I might be reading into what you're saying. Because you're saying, I only asked my boyfriend for Ozempic, while others have asked for BBLs. Can you be direct with this commission, whether you're trying to tell us something or nothing at all, and then we can move past the BBL part of it?
No, I'm just talking about Ozempic and BBL.
Is BBL too expensive, perhaps? So what you are saying is you ask for something that costs only 4,500 rand for 3.
I think if I will have asked him for BBL, he was going to finance it. I don't think he will have a problem in financing the BBL.
But is it more expensive than the Ozempic?
Commissioner, you must budget around 70,000, 80,000 for BBL.
All right. Now I get the significance of the distinction you are seeking to draw. All right.
Brigadier is chair, right, that the distinction you're seeking to draw is that you are asking for something cheap. Okay, or affordable rather, let me not say cheap.
Yes.
Brigadier, is it not also that you are indirectly responding to an allegation that was made in another forum? Why are you mentioning BBL in the context of this conversation?
I am indirectly responding to that. And the social media post that I saw yesterday when I was reading on Madlanga, when it was said, she's the one with the BBL. So I'm just saying, no, I did not get the BBL. But they know there's someone who got the BBL in SABC. Hence those comments. Now they are trying to put the face to this BBL person. So it's not this one.
But you know who it is.
I'm under oath.
Yes, Ms. Bowe.
So can I just, Brigadier, you say they had a pharmacy where they got it. So what you're telling us is, or at least my understanding, is that Mr. Matala and whatever contact he was using here, who says it's pricey at 4,500, they had a particular chemist which supplied them with Ozempic when they wanted it.
I think so, Commissioner.
Okay. And you've agreed that it is a prescription drug.
Yes. And I had a prescription with me.
You had a prescription?
Yes.
You would be able to give Ms. Bowe the details of that prescription. And let me tell you why I'm asking. It's because when I read these messages, they raised a concern that here you have a police officer, being you, who is in fact, not only looking the other way, but in fact, if you like, instigating a civilian to do something that the law doesn't allow, to get prescription medication without a prescription, right? That was my concern on reading these. You have upfront said you had a prescription, and I want to ask that you provide Ms. Bowe with the particulars of that, in whatever form, but you would have sent it to Mr. Matlala somehow, right?
Yeah.
But I'm sure someone has got a record. Whoever wrote you that prescription would have a record that they've prescribed it to you. And it is important because you're under oath and we've been giving you a hard time, you know, saying to you, it's improbable, we don't believe this and that and that. And this is one of those areas that I must, in fairness to you, say that I am cynical about your saying you had a prescription. And I wouldn't want to say you were being untruthful about it if you say you had a prescription. But I would like to verify, to be able to say she did provide us with something close to evidence that shows that indeed she had a prescription. Because if you didn't have a prescription, as I've already said, we would have to comment about the conduct of a police officer where someone is breaking the law and they are part of it and they do nothing about it.
Okay. No, I'll go and check, Commissioner. I'm not sure if this one, because I gave it to them, I'm not sure if they still have it, but I know on the other, following this one, I also have prescription.
Okay.
Yeah, where I bought it in another chemist. I'll just check.
I think if you can't find this one, the proof of subsequent one will give us context about this. That's fine.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Brigadier, is Leandre somebody within the SABC? Just look at the second WhatsApp, the one that mentions the price.
What I'm suspecting on the second message, I think when I said my Ozempic, he communicated with Mike. That's what I'm suspecting. That maybe perhaps he communicated with Mike and Mike says it's hectic pricey, he gave it to Leandre. I don't know who's Leandre.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a forwarded message because from my side it was showing it was forwarded.
But on the face of it, that forwarded message seems to suggest that they were involved in the activity of getting Ozempic for people and supplying it to people. I'm not saying you know that, but I'm saying this message suggests that where he says, I just gave Leandre his today. So whoever wrote this message seems to have been involved in the activity of procuring and supplying Ozempic for people, which without, as we've agreed, without a prescription, they are breaking the law. You're nodding. Say yes for the record, please.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Brigadier, just to complete this, that the price of it would have then been covered by Mr. Matlala as your boyfriend, or is it Medicare?
The what? Sorry.
The price. Remember, in your response, you indicated that you meant Medicare had a relationship with the farmers and they could get the medication. You suspect that it's Mr. Van Wyk who responds and says it's priced, it's 4,500. I'm just asking that, would this then be covered by Mr. Matlala as your boyfriend or Medicare?
That will be him as a boyfriend.
Okay, thank you. Then, Brigadier, now we move to the following day. There is one, you call Mr. Matlala at 8:14 and he returns a call at 8:19. You then say to him, please call, I want to test my phone, and then he gives you a call at 9:38. Was there something wrong with your phone on that day?
I remember we spoke about the WhatsApp. When someone was calling me, it was saying waiting for others. So I wanted to test if it's still showing the waiting for others.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the voice note that you then sent to Mr. Matala at 10:12. I'm just going to ask that we play that. And while we are going to play it, this is addressed at paragraph 33 of your statement.
Re tsena meeting hona banong nkarabe ke khono itse re direction e go bolellang ka yona go meeting e nkisa ka.
Brigadier, can you, wait, before, should we replay it? Yes, please, can we replay it?
Re tsena meeting hona banong nkarabe ke khono itse re direction e go bolellang ka yona go meeting e nkisa ka.
Brigadier, can you explain to the Commission what you were saying in that voice note?
On
perhaps maybe just a translation of what you said before you deal with your explanation.
Just what? Sorry?
A translation of what you said on the voice note before you deal with the explanation, because I saw you looking on the date.
I was saying I'm going to attend a meeting. He must just tell me so that I know what direction will I be discussing in the meeting. It's a direct translation.
Direct translation. And in your explanation, you say that in the meeting, there was going to be a discussion about outstanding authorizations, and you wanted clarity from him because there were outstanding authorizations, right?
That's correct.
Can you explain what you mean by this when you say there was going to be a meeting where we're discussing outstanding authorizations? So as I was asking him to give you an update essentially on them. Is that what you were asking him?
Okay, on that day we were going to have a meeting between myself and my supervisor, General Manamela, and then we had Brigadier Daku, we have Colonel Mogadi. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the outstanding authorizations as well as the outstanding COF. This meeting, it was in preparation to the meeting that we were going to attend at Medicare. Now, when we spoke, there were outstanding medicals which needed to be conducted. Now, he promised that he will do it during the week, and when I say we are going to the meeting, I wanted confirmation to say, okay, this authorization, I will be facilitating them on this day so that I can report back in the meeting.
Brigadier, I guess my difficulty is when you listen to the voice note, it almost sounds as if you're saying, give me the direction so that I know what I'll be talking to, as opposed to saying, give me the date by which you're going to facilitate these authorizations.
Isn't there a part that even says in Kisakai, where it's taking me?
Yes.
Just please respond to the question with...
It's a date. I will have report to say on 300 authorizations that we have, 10 will be conducted next week. 35 will be conducted whenever. Then we will have so many outstanding from the 300 that we had.
My question is rather that what it sounds like you're asking is for a position to advance at the meeting, as opposed to, in your statement, it's very clear that you were seeking from him the dates on which he would facilitate authorizations, whereas in the voice note, it sounds as if you're asking him for a position that you would advance so that you understand where that position is going to take you.
Sort of give me the direction where all of this is taking me, which is the Inkisa guy, where it's taking me.
I agree, and that's the explanation that I'm giving. Because sometimes it's very much difficult to translate Sesotho to English, or to translate a lingo to English. It will not sound the same.
So are you saying...
Inkisa kore ke reporter ona le bokae. Next week, how many are you going to be conducted? Because we were consolidating the outstanding authorizations. And it can be confirmed by my boss, nothing else.
I guess from listening to it, one would have expected you to say, like, because it implies. It suggests that you want a date by which you're going to do something, whereas this sounds like something else. But nevertheless, if you say that there's something we can get from your boss, then we can get that.
Perhaps let's play it one last time, just one last time.
Re tsena meeting hona banong nkarabe ke khono itse re direction e go bolelang ka yona go meeting inkisa ka. Same response.
Well, starting, just give us a direct translation of this. I heard it and I have my own ideas about what it says, but I know even in my language, Xhosa, people when they want to duck and dive will say, "Is Xhosa stolikwa?" So you did say something similar, but I just want you to please give us a direct translation of what you are saying here.
Maybe can someone who's objective translate it for me? I'm thinking maybe I'm translating it to suit my narrative. So can someone who's objective
don't interpret, just direct translation. Don't interpret.
I'm going to attend the meeting now. Please give me a direction that I will be talking to.
Not more that what you are telling me will take me.
What you are?
You, Mr. Madlanga, are telling me will take me to. Isn't that more what you are saying?
If is that the case, we're talking about the outstanding authorization. If he tells me that next week I'm going to conduct those authorization, then I will report as such to say this outstanding authorization, the medical surveillance will be conducted next week.
So you, sorry, Brigadier, you are going to be Mr. Matlalaga's spokesperson at an internal SABC meeting. You are going to speak on his behalf.
No, I was not going to speak on his behalf. When we have outstanding authorizations, they need to indicate when are they going to conduct medicals for those outstanding authorizations. And these were the long outstanding authorizations that we've been complaining about in the meeting. If Mr. Madlanga was going to say, I will not do them now, I will do them in August, then the feedback in the meeting, I will say, Medicare indicated that these authorizations will not be conducted now, they will conduct them in August. We give feedback as and when we get authorization, we will be requested to give feedback. Why are the authorizations not facilitated? When are they going to facilitate this authorization? And the only way for you to give feedback is when you get feedback from the service provider.
I seem to recall that yesterday we played, or the evidence leaders played a video for us, which had an audio. And it was an internal SABC meeting, a similar meeting, where the person in charge, I can't recall if it was General Nkua or somebody else, said, I do not want to hear this from internal SABC people. I want the service provider to tell us why these things are still outstanding.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking this question. So my understanding was based on that in these internal SABC meetings, the service provider should have sent a letter explaining all these things. Now, what you seem to be doing in this call is you are asking Mr. Madlanga to give you direction so that you can speak on his behalf at the meeting.
It's not the same thing, Commissioner. On the audio of yesterday, Medicare was part of the meeting, including SABC people. So when she was saying SABC people must not say anything, then Medicare will talk for themselves. But on this one, it was only us in SABC, whereby we were discussing the outstanding authorizations. Why are they delaying? When are they going to be conducted? Hence, I wanted to know from him. He must give me a direction. When is he going to conduct those medicals so that I can include it?
Thank you.
Commissioner Baloyes, oh, not anymore. Brigadier, then after that, you, at 10:13, it seems that Mr. Madlanga then tried to call you 10:13 and 10:14. And then you send a voice note to him at 10:36. So we're just going to play that quickly.
A lot of things are I think
Che, it doesn't seem to be the right one. Maybe because we load the multimedia on a different computer altogether, there may have been a problem in the transferring process. It doesn't seem to be fully transferred onto the memory stick. So I'm going to ask that we park that and then we'll return to it while we try to re-download a better version.
Or please continue then, Ms. Bo.
All right. Is it not the one that I was saying? Send me the confirmation of email for the change of the Lancet report?
Yes,
that one?
It was.
Oh, I remember.
Brigadier, just because we can't play that clip, I'm just going to move to the following interaction and then we'll circle back to it later. So at page 39, so we move to the 6th. We'll get back to the 4th later. Okay. On the 6th of March 2025 at 18:25, Mr. Matlala texts you, "Who is this general?" You respond at 18:26, "Motsepe from Detective Services, heading General Investigations." Before we move to the next clip, because it's a different topic altogether, can you explain what was happening with this interaction?
It was General Motsepe's birthday, and I put her photo I downloaded her photo on my WhatsApp status to say, "Happy birthday, General." And he asked me, "Who is this general?" And I said, "General Motsepe from Detective Services."
So he was asking purely out of interest of seeing her there. And
because I said, "Happy birthday, General."
All right, so you understood him to want to know
Who is
who
this
is
general?
it, and then why do you add her, I guess, her job description?
I don't know. I'm just explaining, it's General Motsepe from Detective Services, heading General Investigation. Just an innocent message that I'm relaying. Who is this one? That's it.
Okay. But you can understand in the context of him asking you for contact information of various people within the service that we have to ask if there's anything more. Because you don't say it's General Motsepe, my friend, or my colleague. You say General Motsepe from Detective Services, heading General Investigations.
Yes, because I know he knows a lot of generals in the police. Then you can say, "Oh, that one," if he knows her.
Oh, from her position. Okay.
Brigadier, are you friends with General Motsepe?
No, we are not friends. What is that other fancy word that was used yesterday?
Acquaintance.
Acquaintance.
So so I imagine you have other acquaintances at work, right?
Yes.
And is that something that you do ordinarily, that if it's a birthday of an acquaintance at work, you change your WhatsApp profile picture?
Not profile picture, status.
Okay.
WhatsApp status to say, "Happy birthday, so-and-so."
So you do that with all your work acquaintances?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right.
I'm going to move to the next message that you then send a voice note. I'm just going to try and play that.
Wa wa manna ke bolela le JK a re o nyaka o meta o available ka bosigo or Monday. Wa manna ke bolela le JK a re o nyaka o meta o available ka bosigo or Monday.
Brigadier, can you just translate what you said in that voice note?
Why didn't you return my call? I was talking to JK. He says he wants to meet you.
And then you further indicated days.
Sorry?
You indicate the days.
Did I?
That, yes.
I did not get that.
You said tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. You deal with this voice note at paragraph 35. Chair, should we play it again or I was trying to gauge from your face whether it was confusion or... at paragraph 35, which is at page 9 of your statement, and just to confirm, in your earlier testimony, you said that JK is General Pahlani.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you explained in your statement that essentially you were telling Mr. Madlanga that you were on a call with General Pahlani discussing general life issues, and he then indicated his availability to meet Mr. Madlanga because they knew each other.
That's correct.
And therefore, because they had a pre-existing relationship from your social circles in Pretoria, and therefore you were just relaying the message. What is the nature of the relationship between Mr. Pahlani and Mr. Madlanga?
Acquaintances.
They are acquaintances. And you know this because?
I know this because sometimes when General Pahlani is looking for Mr. Madlanga and he can't get through him, he will either call me knowing that I will see Mr. Madlanga or I will relay the message.
Are you friends with General Pahlani?
I'm not friends with General Pahlani. He's my former boss. And I will call him or he will call me just to touch base on life issues.
How does he know about then your relationship with Mr. Madlanga?
Because we met him, I think it was at an event while I was with Mr. Madlanga.
All right. Then you sent this voice note to Mr. Madlanga. Is there a reason why General Pahlani didn't contact Mr. Madlanga directly?
I assume that he contacted him and he could not find him. Hence, he requested me to relay the message. That's an assumption. I'm not 100% sure. But most of the time when he's looking for him and he can't get hold of him, then he will call me.
And so was this often that he would do this?
Not that often. Sometimes they'll have their own conversation, arrange their own meetings without me being involved.
Right. And you say that the person who initiates the meeting essentially is General Pahlani wanting to meet Mr. Madlanga. It wasn't the product of you facilitating a meeting between the two?
No, it's not me.
Brigadier, when you say General Pahlani is your former boss, in which position? You've given us a number of positions. I'm assuming you're not just saying because he was, I think, head of forensics at some point, or we know he was national commissioner, acting national commissioner. Is that the capacities in which you say he was your former boss?
He was my former boss while I was working in forensic. I think that was in just check. From 2010.
So, when you were the
Skills Development Facilitator of Division Forensic Services.
Okay.
He was the Divisional Commissioner of Division Forensic Services. Even in 2012, as a Brigadier, he was still he was still our Divisional Commissioner in Forensic.
In the performance of your duties in those positions, did you interact with him?
Yes.
And when you say, so we know from the date of the voice note, it's in March, sorry. It's in March 2025. So this would have been the first time that JK reaches out to you to say he wants to speak to Mr. Madlanga.
No. I think even, I don't know, it cannot be the first time. Cannot be the first time.
In your recollection?
They did meet several times, maybe because this, on the day that I'm responding to, is the downloads that were on Mr. Matlala's phone. I don't think it was the first time. Actually not, I don't think. It's not the first time.
So they would, to your knowledge, before you sent this message, they would have seen each other or talked to each other before this date?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. So then how do you explain what you say in paragraph 35, where you say, on the 6th of March, I received a call and we discussed from JK and we discussed general life issues. While we were on that call, he indicated that he's available to meet Mr. Matlala to touch base since they have not seen each other long ago. That long ago there, you made me understand it to be that before this conversation on the 6th of March with you, they had not seen each other. That's why General Patlane says to you they haven't seen each other long ago. And if your statement that I've just read is correct, is to remain as correct, then it means this was the beginning after a long time that they haven't had anything to do with each other.
Now, Commissioner, you were asking me what is long ago.
No, I'm not asking you what is long ago. I'm asking you to reconcile your saying before this voice call, you know that they have had interactions and they've been seeing each other before your voice call.
Interactions.
That's what you've said. That's what you've said. That
interactions, I'm not sure, but meeting, yes, I know they have met before this call.
Okay, so when
it might be in January, it might be in December. Hence, I was saying, Commissioner, now I get an impression that you are asking me the immediately. Is it immediately now, or
no? Leave immediately alone. It's somebody else's language. Leave it alone. No, General. On a serious note, it's when I read your statement, and that's why I'm asking. When I read this part of your statement, I got the impression that before 6 March, General Patlane had not had anything to do with Mr. Matlala. They hadn't seen each other. And you because of the use of long ago, I mean, it's very specific language, right? He says to you, I haven't seen Matlala. It's a long while since I saw him. And but then you now say, no, you know that they had been seeing each other.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So I wanted you to reconcile those two. So you're saying, to your knowledge, they may even have seen each other in December 2024.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Or
but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
but they might have seen each other either in January or 2024 in December, but definitely they have seen
to your knowledge, yes, they would have seen each other.
Yes,
all right. Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier.
And then this is followed by a series of calls. In particular, I just wanted to ask you about the 17th of March 2025.
Before you do that, Ms. Bowe, on that same page, Brigadier, if you look at the very
39,
40, this is Mr. Matlala responding to you, to your voice note. He says, tell him tomorrow, 1300 hours, same spot. So maybe it seems that confirms what you're saying, that in
correct.
fact they had been in touch with each other.
That's correct,
This tells us
Commissioner.
they've been meeting in fact. All right, thank you.
If we can then turn to the 17th of March 2025 at 13:36 and then again at 13:46, Mr. Madlanga gives you a call. Okay. I just want to ask in relation if you have regard to page 91.
91?
Yeah, of the annexures. Just want to confirm something. You'll see there that the third payment of 100,000 is made on this day to the Osizweni meat market. Yeah?
Yes.
And you have two calls there on that day with Mr. Madlanga. Do you recall if you discussed this payment?
You know, the WhatsApp, the way they are displayed, they are making it difficult for me to know if we have spoken. Maybe you can direct me if it shows that we have spoken or it was a missed call. Because I see later I'm responding to him to say, I'm in a meeting, I'm presenting. So I don't know if I have spoken to him here.
All right, so you suspect that it may have been missed calls rather?
Yeah, because I'm responding to say, I'm in a meeting, I'm presenting.
All right. And yesterday you indicated that beyond the calls you sometimes talk. Did he ever mention this third payment?
No, he didn't.
All right, thank you. Then the next interaction is on the 20th of March, 2025, and there again,
My medication?
Yes, you make a request for your medication. Mr. Madlanga asks, where must they bring it? And then says work, question mark. He then calls. You respond by saying you're in a meeting. What time are they bringing it? He responds to say, let me know when you are ready. I'll send my driver to you. And then you send a location.
Yes.
And then at 11:17, you let him know that you are leaving. He then responds with a picture of the medication at 12:11. Then there was a call that he makes to you at 14:40. You call him back at 14:44. So this request was along the same lines as the earlier one?
Is that what, sorry?
Along the same lines as the earlier request.
That's correct.
And in this instance too, it was still under the prescription you had given him, or had you provided him with a new one?
That's correct.
No. Which one is correct? That you had given him a new one, or that it was under the old one?
Which one is it?
The
Sorry, I missed
prescription?
you.
Oh, I asked, in this instance, was it the same prescription that you had given him, or is this a new prescription?
It's the same prescription. It was the first time that I'm getting now my Ozempic.
Oh, so in that instance, the first time,
Yeah.
you never actually got it. And then this time you actually got it.
Thank you.
All right.
No, I think what she means is that it was delayed. So she had asked for it previously and she only got it now. So it's not that this is the second time. The first time she didn't get it, but she's getting it the second time.
Yes.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Then let's then move to the next message that you sent to Mr. Madlanga on the 25th of March 2025 at 8:41. You send a message. I'm assuming this is a forwarded message, and it says, "Good morning, Ceci. I trust that you are well. Please check whether it is possible to move our engagement of today as arranged to tomorrow, same time maybe. I'm traveling to Joburg for urgent intervention, which may last into our scheduled time. Alternatively, to schedule today afternoon, preferably around 16:30, same venue. Please revert to me at your earliest convenience." This is a forwarded message. Oh, my apologies. Then the next message you say, "Please respond message from JK regarding today's meeting." Mr. Matala responds and says, "Okay, Diva." You then respond to Mr. Matala and ask when. He responds and says, "Done." And again says, "I told him we'll do it tomorrow." And then you ask him, or you say, "Can take a call." And he sends you a screenshot of what seems to be him confirming to JK, responding to JK.
That's correct. You see, now they are communicating directly without my intervention.
Yes, I see that. My interest is, if you look at the message that you forwarded to Mr. Matlala, it's as if you are part of the engagement, if that makes sense, because he says, "Good morning, Ceci. I trust that you are well. Please check whether it is possible to move our engagement of today as arranged to tomorrow, same time maybe." Perhaps to start here, were you going to this meeting as well?
No.
So he was just reaching out to you because you sometimes facilitate their meetings.
That's correct.
And do you know the content of these meetings?
No, I don't know.
Have you attended any of the meetings?
Not even a single one.
All right, thank you.
So this is a meeting, this WhatsApp message is on the 25th of March, and it's a meeting that is being rescheduled for tomorrow. The last one that we looked at was on the 6th of March. Did that meeting of the 6th of March happen? You would know because they are talking through you.
Not always, Commissioner, that they're talking through me.
No, I'm not saying always. I'm specific. You are the one that is communicating. You're the go-between for the meeting of the 6th, or rather, for a meeting to be held on the 7th. The 6th WhatsApp is on page 40, if you're looking for that. And you are the go-between arranging a meeting, you're the go-between for a meeting to be held on the 7th of March. Did that meeting happen?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
You don't know? You didn't ask Mr. Matlala?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And then the meeting on the 25th, it's a meeting to happen the following day, and it also says the same venue, so further evidence that they seem to be meeting more frequently than the long ago suggested. This meeting on the 26th rather, at 16:30, same venue, did it happen?
Did you ask a question, Commissioner?
Did the meeting happen on the 27th, on the 26th rather?
I'm not sure. Normally, I don't ask him about his meetings. I don't know. It might have happened. Even the one on the 6th, it might have happened. So I am not sure about that one, Commissioner.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised that you would not have asked, seeing that they've put you in the middle of this, when you are now with Mr. Matlala, you don't ask him, did your meeting happen? I'm surprised that you wouldn't ask. But perhaps a more important question is, they are in touch with each other quite clearly. They, as you show from that WhatsApp, what do you call it, screenshot. So we know that they are talking to each other, they have each other's numbers. If you are not part of their meetings, why would they be arranged, General Pahlani be talking to you on the 25th of March to forward a message or to actually rearrange a meeting with Mr. Matlala as if you're General Pahlani's PA or something? Yeah, if you're not part of this and you know nothing about it. Why is that?
My explanation, Commissioner, will be sometimes when maybe he calls him or try to get hold of him and he's not available, then he will talk to me, knowing that either I'm going to see him or I'm going to talk to him, because me and Mr. Matlala, we will talk on a daily basis.
Thank you.
All right. Then, Brigadier, if we can then move to the next interaction. We'll skip the 26th because there's just a call, the 26th of March. On the 28th of March, 2025 at 10:30, Mr. Matlala sends you a picture and it's captioned Wedding of Metropolitan Executive Retabile Matolweni in December 2024, and then he says Lieutenant General Nkua at the back. Why was Mr. Matlala sending you this?
I don't know. But I think, I don't know, now I'm going to give my opinion, which might not be right. I don't know. You can see I did not respond, I did not say anything, so I don't know. But what I know, and his concerns that I had when he was presenting in the ad hoc committee, is when he was saying General Nkua attended a wedding of one of the executive of Metropolitan. And if it was him maybe attending, I don't know, it was just around the issues of service provider attending a wedding or a party of someone else, then it's a big deal.
So was Mr. Matlala at that time trying to tell you that, sort of, look who I saw, General Nkua at...
No, he was not there.
He was not there? Oh,
and this was a forwarded picture also from his side.
Yeah, and you have never had any conversation that could contextualize this? i.e., it may not have happened on that day, but on a different day, that would require him one day to then say to you, to forward you a picture of General Nkua at this wedding?
You know, sometimes he'll send you pictures and I will not respond to the pictures because I don't understand why is he sending me this picture.
I mean, apart from the picture with what I think was outstanding invoices or something along those lines, most of the pictures in these conversations were work-related. Even the two pictures that we found earlier were work-related. The only other one is the picture of the Ozempic. So he doesn't say, at least from the chats that we have, doesn't seem to send a lot of pictures.
I don't know. On this one, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the difficulty, it adds to sort of more exchange of information related to your colleagues.
Oh.
No, you
No.
disagree?
No, I don't agree.
and you never asked, even in person, when you saw him next, that, oh, you sent me this picture, and this would be your boss, General Nku, or part of your supervisory chain. And you never took interest as to why.
You know, sometimes when you are sitting with your person, you don't discuss some of the things. You just want to catch up on yourself between the two of you. I don't know about this.
Modern smart meters giving you clarity, control and confidence. With your new meter, you'll be able to see your usage in real time, giving you the power to manage your electricity with ease. Smart meters are accurate and help Eskom respond faster to issues. So please allow their authorized installers access to install your new meter. For more information, you can visit Eskom's website. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
The Full Circle with Brigadier Macheng, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
The boys of Lithono Siema have a clear mandate to ensure joy remains in the City of Roses. However, the Natal Rich Boys insist on a ticket to the last 16. This is the Nedbank Cup last 32. More than a number. Catch Suelele FC versus Richards Bay FC this Sunday, 8 February at 5:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 1. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sports.
For the love of the game.
South Africa's leading fuel company Engen, part of the Vivo Energy Group, will be at the Investing in African Mining Indaba, showcasing how partnership and technology are reshaping modern mining, from secure fuel and lubricant supply to AI-enabled equipment monitoring and predictive maintenance. Engen and Vivo Energy are helping mining operations improve uptime, manage costs and build long-term resilience. Visit the Engen and Vivo Energy stand Q38 at Mining Indaba 2026, where smarter mining meets stronger partnerships, because mines are always moving and we're always moving.
There's a bold new rhythm on SABC2, and it starts Monday, 9 February, weekdays at 3:30 p.m. A new vodcast, Our Space, fires up conversation with young perspectives. At 4:30 p.m., a new talk show, Eintlik Let's Connect, hosted by Penny Lebiane and Fran Rico. At 7:30 p.m., Deal or No Deal, now in a new time slot, Raising the Tension with Katlego Mabuwe. At 9 p.m., the new telenovela, Pimville, starring Gil Mabalane and Tapelo Mokoena, brings bold Soweto stories to life. From 23 February at 7 p.m., settle in for new drama, Paradise, starring Losha Cooper, Ilse Klink and Zayn Mias. This is the new era of SABC2. Live in every beat, the pulse of SA. SABC2.
Abafana Bestende want this to be a happy weekend for their fans. But Mswenko boys want to brag with a win on their way back to Northwest Province. This is the Nedbank Cup last 32. More than a number. Catch Golden Arrows versus Orbit College this Saturday, 7 February at 5:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 1. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sports.
For the love of the game.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
All week long, we're saying yes to a first for Africa. For the first time in its 60 years history, the Montreal Jazz Festival is coming to African soil, and it's happening in Franschhoek. So say yes to the first artist reveal on the Archer stage, featuring Salif Keita, Mandisi Janji's, Billy Monama's Guitar Convergence, and the Kesavan I'm a Big Band experience. And say yes to the Jazz Village with intimate performances by Madala Kunene and Sibosile Xata, as well as Andile Genanen, Ayanda Sigade, and Sisonke Konti. This is just the beginning. Many more acts still to come. Tickets for the Archers are now on sale via ticketmaster.co.za. Montreal Jazz Festival front show that's presented by Nedbank. Say yes.
The Full Circle with Brigadier Macheng, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
It is fast approaching 1:15 on this fine Friday as we prepare to wrap up the week that was. It is the Full Circle with myself, Brigadier Macheng, and trying to reconfigure our clock this entire week. The Madlanga Commission has kept us on our toes. What is ordinarily a very predictable schedule has been turned upside down due to delays as well as witness applications and such matters. And so we are going to dip back to the Madlanga as they've not taken their 1 o'clock recess as yet, and we presume they're going to do as per yesterday and recess at the bottom of the hour at 1:30 until 2:30. But we'll play it by ear and wait for, of course, Justice Madlanga to give us the cue as to when that lunch break is. For now, though, let's go back there with the cross-examination of Brigadier Macheng, who's still testifying today.
2025 at 6:54. Mr. Matala deletes a message. You respond at 9:08 and say, morning, udelitile eng. Morning, what did you delete? And then Mr. Matala sends a pin, a location pin. Do you recall what that was about?
This location, me and Mr. Matlala, we were supposed to meet, and he sent me this message because he was not around. He informed me that he went to KZN to meet the former Minister General Cele. You see, to show that we were in a relationship, you can't send someone a location of your whereabouts if you are not in a relationship. Here he sent me, he was in, can't you open it? He was in KZN, I think Beverly Hills Hotel, where he was going to meet General Cele. It's in General Cele, former Minister Cele. Just want to check. Can I check on my phone?
Sure.
If I did not delete it. Which date is this one? Yeah, there we go. He was at Beverly Hills Hotel. The location is showing like that.
He was at Beverly Hills Hotel in KZN, you say, to meet with Minister Cele.
That's what he told me.
Okay. And when did he tell you this? From the messages, it's just a location pin, and then he says, meeting with them, I'll call you. Can you see that on page 38 afterwards?
I can see that.
So is it that afterwards did he call and advise you, or?
It's either he told me personally when he comes back.
And did he tell you what the meeting was about?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him what the meeting was about?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And then let's go to the following day. Sorry, Brigadier, I'm just going to ask for a screenshot of the maps from our, not now, I'll come, but from our side, it's not linked. Let's go to the 10th of May. At 11:25, you send a message to Mr. Madlanga and say, "Morning, Mr. V, why are you not returning my calls?" He responds with a letter, which is contained at MTJ 8. And the letter is a response from Medicare 24 to what would have been a letter of demand sent to Medicare. So it's formal notice of breach and demand for compliance. So he then sends you Medicare's response. He follows that up. Oh no, that's the following day. On this day, you received this letter. What did you do? Sorry, on the 12th. You send the message on the 10th, and he responds 2 days later with the letter. Do you see that?
You sent a letter when?
On the 12th.
Yes.
And then, did you have regard to that letter?
No, I just felt sorry. Just felt sorry for him.
No, I mean, so you did have regard?
MTJ 8.
Yes. It's at page 62 of the annexures.
MTJ 8. Oh, this is the letter that
63.
For the breach and demand for compliance.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I said nothing on this letter.
So when
I
you
just read it and said nothing. It is his right to write a letter and inform them about the breach of contract.
Okay. And in that time, because you explained that sometimes there are visits, because if you see, it's 2 days between the time that you said, "Morning, why are you not returning my calls?" and when he sent the letter. Did you meet with Mr. Madlanga?
Definitely.
And would you have discussed these concerns that lead to this letter?
We also discussed the KZN trip and yeah.
Okay. You discussed the KZN trip.
Yes.
Earlier you said you didn't know what was discussed at the meeting, or you just mean the commute itself?
No, the context of the meeting, I don't know, but I know he's told me about the KZN trip, and I think on this day, he was supposed to meet former Minister Cele, and they never met. He say, "I just decided that I am tired of people milking me out."
He was tired of people making him?
Milking.
Milking. What did you understand this to mean?
Money.
So was Mr. Madlanga telling you that he had been milked? Because if you say you're tired of being milked, you mean something had come.
It's a hearsay. Ke mabarevare.
Brigadier,
Ms. Boy, isn't the context that you were asking what she was told about the cancellation of a specific meeting, and then the response was in that context?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was asking about the letter itself and the cancellation of the contract. It's the witness who directed me to the fact that they discussed the meeting in Durban and that the meeting was cancelled because Mr. Madlanga had indicated that he was tired of being milked. So that's the direction I went, because the witness gave us those answers, unless...
No, Ms. Bowe, you took me to advocate. You took me to between the 10 and the 12. And I say, I definitely saw him in between.
I don't dispute that, Brigadier. We got there. It doesn't matter how we got there.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, you have told this commission that in that meeting that happens between the 10th and the 12th, that Mr. Madlanga informed you that the meeting with Minister Kelly was cancelled because he was tired of...
It was not cancelled. He didn't go.
He didn't go.
According to him, he did not go because he was tired of being milked out. That's what he said to me.
And did you understand that to mean that he had previously?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, at this meeting, did you discuss this letter or the challenges he was facing?
No, it was already submitted and he's just forwarding it to me.
Sorry, I was just trying to locate the date for this letter. It doesn't seem like it has one.
MTJ8.
Excuse me?
No, I'm saying MTJ8.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be dated. My question was rather whether it was that whether you discussed the sending of this letter because he then sends you the letter.
No, we did not discuss it.
So why does he send you the letter?
Just like forwarding. I wrote this. They gave me this. He will forward it to you. Whether you discuss or not discuss, he'll just forward them to you.
And so he didn't expect, what did he expect to be done?
Nothing.
And did you take any steps? Did you call him or anything?
No.
Or even engage him on the contents of the letter when you next meet?
No. I think this week I was seeing him almost every day. From the week of the 10th, I was seeing him almost every day.
And in seeing him almost every day, he never discussed this letter? You never discussed this letter?
No, he was complaining about subs stealing some work, they're not giving him work, and normal complaints that I'm used to.
But there was not you think there was no expectation to do anything about it?
No, nothing.
Okay. I'm going to move to the next message. I was going to ask if we were proceeding until 1:30, or am I to proceed until we finish?
Let's finish and we'll then see whether to hear the application for a re-examination. Let's just finish and then we'll decide then.
I was going to say we are nearly there.
Yes, we are.
Then on the 13th of May at 12:21, Mr. Madlanga sent you a message to say, sorry, they canceled the contract. I didn't take that money. You respond with 2 crying face emojis. He then responds to you and says, that's bad, very bad. I've invested a lot of money here. Now it's gone, more than 30 million. He sends you 2 documents. One being a termination letter from SABC. That's MTJ9 at page 66. And then at page 71 is a letter from Mr. Madlanga's lawyers responding to the National Commissioner's letter cancelling the contract.
That's correct.
And that's the end of that conversation. When Mr. Madlanga says to you, this is now on the 13th, sorry, they canceled the contract, I didn't take that money. What did this mean?
A day before, on the 12th, I was with him And he was telling me about this other loan that he was taking. And I think it was about, I can't remember clearly, about 20 million. And he says he wanted to start afresh. He wanted to pay all his service providers and pay everything that he owes so that he can start on a clean slate. So when he says, I didn't take that money, yeah.
He meant the loan that you would have discussed.
Yeah.
And then you respond with 2 crying face emojis.
Yes.
What were you conveying to him, or why?
Sad. Sad that they cancelled the contract.
It's sad for who?
It's sad for him.
Okay. So you were saying, you were depicting, or what you're conveying to him is that it's sad for him. Was it sad for you?
It was.
Why?
Because that means we are going to struggle with the medical surveillance in the environment.
It was sad, so you were looking at it from your environment perspective.
Exactly.
That a cancellation of this nature would have
That
resulted.
it will also affect us, and it's affecting us now as we speak.
Yeah. Okay, then if we can go to...
Brigadier, you would have been sad for your partner as well, that they're cancelling such a big contract, because it means he's no longer making that money. You can admit that. There's no controversy about it. It's not controversial. He's your partner. And, you know, as you've told us, he was quite generous. We've seen here financially. But just from being your partner, I think that you can admit, surely. I think you agree with me. We'll take it as an agreement. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, because if you don't agree, I think I would take you to the letter. I think if you go to page 67 in particular.
Please vocalize your agreement if you agree. Don't just laugh or smile, General.
No,
your agreement with Commissioner Baloyi.
I know there's going to be a tricky question coming afterward. So
Otherwise,
I do not agree. I was set for the organization. Then
No, don't anticipate questions. Just respond to them honestly. And also bear in mind that if you don't agree with Commissioner Baloyi, then it brings you within the net of what I debated with you yesterday, which is that there is no relationship at all. So actually, the question by Commissioner Baloyi is favorable to you, or not?
No, it's not. What I've learned during these 2 days about Commissioner Baloyi, she will say something that you will agree on, knowing there's a direction that she wants to take. So I've learned that, and I'm saying no, it was not said for me. It was said because as an organization, we are going to struggle with the medicals.
Brigadier, I'm not that bad.
Brigadier, if you consider, let's test that. If you go to page 67.
67?
Page 67 of the annexures. No? So this is MTJ 9, and there the National Commissioner lists the reasons for cancellation, which include misrepresentation and fronting, director resignation without disclosure, misrepresentation of franchisor relationship, the issues related to Mr. Madlanga and the pending charges, false representation of personnel and authority, irregularities in bidding documents, employment of unauthorized personnel, continued poor performance. So I'm not sure you can look at this and then feel sad for the employer if a contract that had this many issues is being cancelled. Do you want to comment?
You are putting me in a very difficult position, because now my comment again will be putting my job at risk. I am already yeah. No, I don't want to comment.
You don't want to comment?
No.
Okay.
No, but I agree with the letter the way it's written by my organization.
Brigadier, do you agree with the letter, or are you just saying it based on what you just said?
No, I do agree with it.
All right, Brigadier. And that concludes the chats that you had with Mr. Madlanga, because what we know now is the following day Mr. Madlanga was arrested. Right. Now, having regard to all of the chats, right? From my summation, what comes out is that there were at least 3 requests, being when you requested assistance when you got the attorney's letter, it was in relation to the car, and then it was in relation to the medication. So that's 3 sets of requests. We could say 4 on account of 2 separate requests related to medication, or a follow-up one when it wasn't delivered.
You say it's 3 requests. One is?
One was when there was an attorney's letter,
Okay.
right? And then there was another related to a car when it was being serviced. And then there are the requests related to medication.
Okay.
The majority of the correspondence relates largely to the contract. And as the chairperson had pointed out, there are very few terms of endearment that's used. There's almost no discussion.
Those only being terms of endearment in terms of what the Brigadier tells us. Otherwise, when you look at those, they are not objectively terms of endearment. The Brigadier says, my term of endearment for him is Mr. V.
Yes.
And the Brigadier also says his term of endearment for me is Diva. So objectively, those aren't necessarily terms of endearment. But according to what she explains to us, they are. Yes. Sorry for interrupting you.
I'll correct the statement to say very few, according to you. The ones that you have characterized as terms of endearment, they are very few. What we see in the majority of this discussion is the exchange of information related to the contract. A lot of them, you say, were not related to your environment. Then we have instances where Mr. Madlanga is asking for contact details related to other SABC members. And then I think outside of the text about asking about General Motsepe, there's just that picture depicting the wedding where General Nkua was in attendance. So when you consider the body of the WhatsApp chats in this period, what it seems like is that Mr. Madlanga was sending to you problems related to the contract, and you were pushing his interests or trying to further his interests. Sometimes you did so against your own employer. And then we see payments, albeit you've denied that these payments have ever reached you. However, you must accept that you provided that account. and it appears as though the relationship was quid pro quo, where you helped him with his contract and his challenges, and he provided some gratification in the form of, I say, those 3 payments, alternatively some favors when you required. Do you care to comment on that?
I don't even know how to comment. I'm not sure if Mr. Sherinzi wants to comment. I'm not sure.
No, he will, Mr. Shirizi will have his time.
Okay. No, I do not agree. Me and Mr. Madlanga, we were in a relationship, and I'm requesting the commission to go and do a further investigation to check if we were indeed in a relationship, but we were definitely in a relationship. And secondly, I do agree, I'm the one who requested the money, but I never received that money. And then thirdly, the communication or the documents that were being shared, it was not to advance Mr. Madlanga. If you check, some of them will have disadvantaging him, will have been disadvantaging him in terms of the claims and also moving accounts from members to the company Medicare. So I do not agree with your conclusion, Advocate.
I'm willing to accept that there was an instance where it could be deemed unfavorable, where it related to changing the invoices. But I do think it's still up for debate whether or not the one related to the 140, the list of 140, was favorable or unfavorable until we get that additional evidence. And Brigadier, I know you are saying that the commission must do further investigations as to whether or not there was a relationship, but do you accept that in your statement where you're given an opportunity to address this, you have equally not given us any evidence but for you saying that you had a relationship with him?
I do agree, but from my side, I gave enough evidence to show that me and Mr. Madlanga, we were in a relationship. Furthermore, I will say who alleges must prove it. So from my side, I have proven my side. So the commission, because it's alleging that I did not have a relationship with Madlanga, then they need to prove it.
No, Brigadier, you allege that you have a relationship with Mr. Madlanga.
And I've proven it.
How?
I've proven it through the WhatsApp messages.
The WhatsApp messages were provided by the commission.
Through the pet names indicated on the WhatsApp messages, as well as the money that he was giving me since 2019.
But the money that was described in these chats in particular, you say you didn't receive. Moreover, you say you didn't make alternative arrangements to get that money. And then you also tell us that you advocated for a different person to get the money even when you were desperate. So you're essentially saying that none of those gifts or that money was for you.
I'm not talking about the monies from 2024. I'm talking about the monies from 2019 until 2021, which was extracted from his bank account.
But do you accept that what you have given us is an explanation of what's in the chat? You have not given us any evidence of your relationships. For example, people would provide a picture or something to show that, I was in a relationship with someone. But for your say-so,
I was never requested to bring them. If I was requested to bring them, I was going to bring the pictures.
All right. Okay. Commissioners, that's all from on my end, unless there are questions from the commissioners.
Brigadier, before we break for lunch, I know everybody is hungry, so we will try to make this quick. In your statement on page 11, can you please go there?
I'm there,
Are you there? Remember, this statement is in a form of an affidavit, and it says so on page 1. It starts by saying affidavit. You remember that?
Yes, Commissioner.
And then you say, I, Rachel Macheng, state under oath in English, then you give your statement.
That's correct.
Yes. And then on page 12, the very last paragraph, it says, I know and understand the contents of this statement. I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience. I swear that the contents of this statement are true. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioner.
And then you sign it on the 2nd of December, 2025.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Which is 2 months ago. Now, in paragraph 45.3 on page 11, you deal with monies owed by Mr. Matlala to Modiegi.
That's correct.
And you say in your affidavit that the monies owed were plus minus 38,000. Do you see that?
It was a typo.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes. When did you first notice the typo? Because I take it you must have read your affidavit before you signed it.
Sometimes you'll miss some of the things, Commissioner.
Yes. Because this thing is important. I'm going to suggest to you that the reason why you want to change this amount from 38,000 to 338,000 is because you've now seen the Commission's bundle of documents. And you can see that in the bundle of documents, the money paid to Modiegi's butchery is 300,000. And if Mr. Matlala only owed Modiegi 38,000, Modiegi would not have retained 300,000. All that money would have come to you. The reason you now want to change the contents of your affidavit, which you saw under oath that they were true and correct, is because that's the only way you can explain that discrepancy between the 38,000 and the 300,000.
The affidavit or the evidence from the Commission that indicates 300,000, I only received it on Tuesday.
Yes.
By then, when did I meet with Mr. Ndlovu? I think it was last week, Friday. Then we agreed that we will do a supplementary document, a supplementary affidavit.
So you're saying you're not changing it because you saw the contents of the Commission's
that
bundle?
one I got it on Tuesday. And I discussed with Mr. Ndlovu when we were going through this.
Yes. All right, thank you.
We'll take a shorter lunch break. Let's adjourn and resume at 14:30. Let's adjourn.
Commission to be adjourning. It's literally a few minutes before 10 to the hour, and Judge Madlanga has called for an adjournment for recess, and they'll be back at 14:30. So It means that we're going to take the next couple of seconds to just try and reconfigure ourselves in terms of what we do over the next 40 minutes or so. But what we are trying to do is definitely catch up with Usbahle Mota, and then we'll work around our other content pieces and see what we bring your way, because with 40 minutes for us to work with, it's not much time. But like I said earlier today, that this whole week has really been upside down and unpredictable with the Madlanga Commission, which is usually not the case for them. They usually run a very tight, prompt ship, and you can hedge your bets on what their calendar looks like. So let's take a quick pause, and then we'll come back on the other side.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, let's catch up quickly with Sbahle Mota, SABC News reporter on day 55 at the Madlanga Commission that's being held at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Tshwane. Sbahle, we got off this morning, obviously, with some administrative matters that needed to be heard between businessman Suleiman Karim's team and the commissioners.
Yes, Bridget, it's been a very busy morning at the Madlanga Commission. Today, as you know, we had news or an application rather to postpone even witness F's testimony so that he can come back, I think, in the second week of February. And we moved to the application by the legal counsel of Suleiman Karim, who also asked for a postponement so that they could better prepare their clients. And what they are saying is that the commission had given them, or the evidence leaders at the commission had given them like 2,000 documents and then an additional 4,000, and only alerted them yesterday that they would use just 77 of those pages. So they just need to, better prepare Suleiman Karim so he can present his side of the story to the Madlanga Commission. So that's basically where we are. We are expecting Suleiman Karim to present himself before the Madlanga Commission on the 9th and the 10th of March. After that, application in the High Court also was, struck off the roll, so that he didn't want to appear, but the High Court actually ruled otherwise in the matter to say that he must present himself ultimately to the Madlanga Commission.
We won't get into the nitty-gritties because I know that you are chasing time, because even that was a point of contention. The High Court emphatically saying in their judgment that, in fact, it seemed as though Suleiman Karim and his team were actively trying to ensure that he did not appear at the Madlanga Commission.
No, definitely. And remember, Bridget, had the High Court actually granted him this application, then it would set this precedent for other people that would, or witnesses rather, who were subpoenaed before the Madlanga Commission. We've seen the sort of tactics, if I could describe them like that, by even witness F and his legal counsel, who did not want certain WhatsApp messages to be beamed at the Madlanga Commission. So I think the High Court came to the right conclusion, or else in this phase 2 of the Madlanga Commission, a lot of the implicated persons who have been subpoenaed before the commission would never have appeared.
And just, I guess, in our final note, what has transpired thus far with Rachel now that she's taken to the stand post-T?
I think her testimony largely, corroborates, the statements made by the Madlanga Commission that she did benefit from this SAF's tender that was awarded to Vosmuzi Cat Matlala, and also she actively assisted him in ensuring that this tender, is kept with Madlala. I mean, we heard how she managed to get the certain codes for him that only a police member could be privy to, so that his payments could actually be accelerated. So this, again, really just shows the sort of benefits that she was getting. I mean, she even made mention of the fact that she requested Vusumuzi Cat Madlala to actually buy her some Ozempic, so she could lose weight, and even making reference to the fact that, these social media reports that allude to the fact that she's the one who benefited from a BBL that was paid for by Vusumuzi Madlala are actually not true, because the only thing that she got was the Ozempic and the BBL. She knows the person who benefited from the BBL, and this person is also from the SAF, but she didn't divulge. So I think it's quite clear that in her assisting Vusumuzi Cat Madlala, there were benefits that she also got from their relationship.
It's funny to chuckle at, amongst all these serious matters that we're talking about BBLs and Ozempics, but it is a part and parcel. Smahle, thank you so much for your time. I know that we've got to let you go sooner rather than later today. That was Smahle Mota, SABC news reporter, just giving us the lowdown on everything that was happening at the Madlanga Commission. And of course, yesterday we also saw that breaking story of a man that was implicated in the Madlanga Commission surviving a suspected attempted hit on his life. And a lot of the reports that we've seen saying that it was using a similar MO as to the one of, was it witness D? Who was murdered outside his house as well. So once again, bringing into question matters of security around some of the folks who will be coming to give further evidence at the Madlanga Commission. Our WhatsApp lines are open if you want to share your perspective on 061-410-4107. You're more than welcome to do so. 086-000-2032. I'm seeing a note saying that today we are cruising nicely with the Madlanga Commission. We'd cruise even nicer if they would go back to the schedule that is predictable. Hopefully by next Monday we'll be able to get back there. Let's go to your WhatsApps.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm Stephen Deben. At my Madlanga Commission, it has shown and revealed itself that most of the corrupt people of us black Africans are male. Most of us, they are male. The females, they can be corrupt in such a way, but as compared to us men, you see, there's no one who is perfect. That woman can't be perfect in everything. But what she represented, she was at some times put at corner. That is what I have seen it.
Good afternoon to the listeners. Hey, no, matata. I'm not sure how was these people being employed to subs, holding those positions. No. People, South Africa, no. Someone is just laughing as if it's a joke. What is happening is very much frustrating to us ordinary citizens who are struggling and suffering every day here because of this government who have let us down because of hiring these stupid bloody idiot stupid people who cannot even take accountability of their deeds. No. Something must be done. Please let them go to jail.
House Bridget is further track. House Bridget, it's becoming very expensive to be in love. If you can't buy Ozempic or if you can't do BBL, you're in trouble. 70,000 smakaroos for BBL and 4,000 smakaroos for Ozempic. I call umjolo, House Bridget. I call
Good day, people. My name is Pamandla Kupula. I appreciate the SAFM radio and the Justice Department for the stuff they do to protect us. But did I just hear that Justice Madlanga, a great legal professional of note in the African continent, give me a quote on a Brazilian butt lift live on national radio and television and internet? It's amazing. BBLs, a judge, a man who hey. It's amazing, South Africa. It's amazing. It's amazing. Things are happening in this country. We can get quotations for BBL live in court. Amazing. Thank you, South Africa. My name is Pamandla Kupula. Enjoy your weekend, King.
Oh, good afternoon, Bridget. Yeah, ne? Indeed, the Bible really said that the love of money is the root of all evils. It did say that. Jonas, let's have an inbox back.
Good morning, sister. Sister, this is a disgrace, man. You could understand that this general, Mama, she worked with Matlala and she benefited using the state resources for their own benefit. And the people, ordinary people on the ground, were being killed at that time. And I think I was of the view that maybe we had enough of this commission. Maybe if we're a good nation, I would be saying that let us just stop it within the next 2 weeks and thereafter. We toy even against the president, because the president is he's got his own blue-eyed boys that are not going to be taken to jail, like Mchunu, for instance. And Mchunu is worse than Satan. He was supposed to be the first one that is going to jail. It's 5.
Afternoon. I want to say something about this Madlanga Commission. I think there's a lot of evidence. They have to put people in jail, because now they are still wasting the money of states. The money of states is wasting now. They are busy wasting the money of states. They know everything. There's evidence. There's everything. There's witnesses also. So the money is going now. Thank you. It's me, Mr. Gambo.
I definitely think, Mr. Gambo, that this is the one commission that's probably all South Africans will be in agreement that it's money well spent. It is 2:00 on the dot. It's time for Khulufelo Tifo to bring us the top of the hour news, and then we'll come back on the other side, squeeze in as much programming as we can in the 28 minutes that we'll have.
Thanks, Bridget. Top stories this hour. Madlanga Commission continues with Macheng testimony and Tshwane warns of water supply interruptions. Good afternoon. Brigadier Macheng, the SABC section head of quality management, has told the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry that she asked attempted murder accused Vusmusi Ket Matlala to buy her Ozempic through his Medicare 24 company. Ozempic is a prescription medication used primarily to manage type 2 diabetes and reduce cardiovascular and kidney risks. Ozempic is also used for weight loss, although it is not approved for this use. Evidence leader advocate Tabang Powe was going through the WhatsApp messages between Macheng and Matlala.
You sent a text to Mr. Matlala where you say my medication.
My Ozempic.
It's a medication, Commissioner.
Yes. Can you explain what was happening here?
So normally you will struggle to get it from the chemist. So they had a chemist that they were buying Ozempic. And I then requested him as a boyfriend to say, can I have my Ozempic?
Questions surrounding monetary awards took center stage on the third day of Advocate Moipone Noku's testimony before the Nkabinde inquiry. The former KZN Director of Public Prosecutions is expected to conclude her testimony today. Upon questions from Advocate Tembeka Ngugaitobi, Noku told the inquiry that the awards were paid to individuals said to have contributed to the Ketomene unit's success, including former provincial head of the Hawks, Johan Boysen. However, she revealed that the operation did not result in any arrests as the suspects were killed. The inquiry is probing the fitness to hold office of the suspended South Gauteng Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andrew Chauke. Noko explains.
It says each of the above candidates played a role in the successful apprehension of the suspects. Some of the candidates played a role in the apprehension of the suspects, while others assisted at the scene.
5 people have appeared in the Muizenberg Magistrates Court on 168 charges of fraud and money laundering. Western Cape Hawks spokesperson Zinzi Hani says the suspects were arrested by members of the Belleville Serious Commercial Crime Investigation Team during a disruptive operation conducted at different addresses between Grassy Park and Edgemead on Wednesday. Hani says the arrests are linked to an alleged fraud during July 2024, where 2 of the accused employed at a company loaded and authorized fraudulent payments. The company suffered a loss of more than 10 million rand. The case has been postponed to the 26th of next month for transfer to Wynberg Regional Court. The city of Tshwane has issued a notice of possible water supply interruptions in all extensions in Mamelodi and Nelmethius in Pretoria this weekend. The city says this is to allow rainwater to replace the existing water meter to ensure improved efficiency and reliability of the water supply network. The city says the maintenance work will start on Saturday at 6 in the evening and teams are expected to finish at 8 o'clock Monday morning. The city says other areas may be affected by the outages as well. It has cautioned residents to use water sparingly. Tato Letsaba has more.
The city of Tshwane has urged residents not to water gardens, wash their cars, clean driveways or pavements using hose pipes, and not to fill their swimming pools, as well as to reduce water usage while the maintenance is underway. Tato Letsaba, SABC News, Johannesburg.
And finally, further afield, a Russian general has been taken to a Moscow hospital after being shot multiple times by an unknown assailant in an apartment building. The BBC's Steve Rosenberg has the details.
64-year-old Vladimir Alexeyev is deputy head of Russian military intelligence. Around 7 o'clock this morning, local time, in his Moscow apartment block, the lieutenant general was shot several times, reportedly in the back. The gunman fled. The Russian general was rushed to hospital. He's said to be in a serious condition. Over the last year or so in Moscow, several senior Russian military officials have been targeted and killed in bomb attacks. Most recently, Lieutenant General Fanil Saravarov last December.
The top story at 2. Back home, Brigadier Macheng, the SABC section head of quality management, has told the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry that she asked attempted murder accused Vusmusi Ket Matlala to buy her Ozempic through his Medicare 24 company. Headlines at 2:30 or when it happens. For SAfm News, I'm Kolofelo Defo.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm. If you're active on social media and love SAfm, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAfm page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAfm, leading the conversation.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAfm, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mweketi.
This week, we're inviting you to say yes to music that feels close at the Montreal Jazz Festival in Franschhoek. The Jazz Village is where generations, genres, and stories meet, with Madlanga and Sibusile Xaba alongside some of South Africa's finest jazz musicians. These are the first Jazz Village artists announced, with more performances still to come as the program unfolds. It's all part of a 3-day multi-genre festival where Montreal meets Africa for the very first time. Tickets for the Archer stage are on sale now at ticketmasters.co.za. Jazz Village shows are ticketed per performance. Details coming soon. Say yes.
The boys of Lithono Losiema have a clear mandate to ensure joy remains in the City of Roses. However, the Natal Rich Boys insist on a ticket to the last 16. This is the Nedbank Cup last 32. More than a number. Catch Suelele FC versus Richards Bay FC this Sunday, 8 February at 5:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC 1. Then on SABC radio stations at 6 p.m. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SAfm Music. Good times, good memories.
I'm just like somebody's wife.
Old school sounding so good. SAfm Music, with you wherever you go.
So for over 60 years, African artists have performed at the Montreal, and now Montreal comes to Africa. So say yes to the Montreal Jazz Festival happening in Franschhoek, presented by Nedbank, a 3-day multi-genre celebration with 2 stages, African voices and unforgettable collaborations. From Salif Keita on the Archers to Madlanga and Sibusile Xaba in the Jazz Village. This is music with depth and connection. Tickets are available for the Archers now via ticketmaster.co.za.
The Full Circle with Brigadier Macheng, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Such is the nature of a live broadcast that's also happening on the peripheries of the Madlanga Commission, because then things happen off the cuff and schedules change on us and we have to move accordingly. It's the fluidity of live radio for us. So our WhatsApps are open. I would love to hear your thoughts on 061-410-4107. That is our WhatsApp line. Or you can give us a shout on 086-000-2032. So far, the week that was out in Pretoria, your assessment of Brigadier Rachel Macheng and everything that she's had to say. And you might have some thoughts as well about what transpired earlier with Suleiman Karim and his legal team. I was saying to my team that it was actually beautiful to watch senior counsels who are well experienced and well groomed in the conduct of the law as well as the courtroom, and how they presented themselves and presented their clients' objections and, putting forward, asking for a postponement and explaining themselves. There was a beautiful dance of decorum and mutual respect between the commissioners and Karim's legal team. And it was just refreshing to see, because oftentimes, more often than not, when the legal representatives appear in front of the Madlanga, it always seems like a scolding, like they're getting a scolding and a lesson in how to conduct themselves. And today, it just seemed like a mature exchange and a workable compromise was reached that everybody was in agreement with. I actually said to my team, touch on wood, should we ever find ourselves in trouble, I think there are 3 advovos that I would call upon, granted that I can actually afford them. They might have to take my case on pro bono, what happens, because I don't think I can afford any of them. Let's go to WhatsApp on 0614104107.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Bridget, great show as usual. This Madlanga Commission, to me, they are all corrupt from the top, coming right down. It's like you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. You give me the tender, I'll give you something. That's how it is. And these guys, they all need to be locked away and throw away the keys. South Africa needs change. People are suffering. A loaf of bread, Bridget, sometimes a loaf of bread is costing almost 30 rand.
Good afternoon, sisters. I think from now onwards, based on what is being presented in Madlanga, the government must stop hiring people based on political reasons. It must not happen. Look at these comrades, what is happening now in the police department, in law enforcement department, what is happening? It is because I think we also need to check. There is a need. We've got so many graduates in South Africa who are not working, but capable of doing the job. But because these people, there is this narrative of saying that these were comrades, so we cannot leave them outside. We need to accommodate them. This is why we are having this situation. There is a need to clean up and employ capable people who can deliver the services.
I think the only people Cyril would like to see in jail is S, Magashule, and Jacob Zuma, and of course everyone that's associated with him.
Good afternoon to the SAFM listeners. I think we need to give her the flowers when it's due. The Commissioner Baloy in that Madlanga Commission does not take anything. So for those who think that they can go there and play with words and do this, she will take them on. We really need to give her her flowers for being the person she is. Northern Cape Anonymous.
Good day, I'm an Afrikaans speaking Kaapse Kleerling, like they called us way back. And I love to listen to this commissions at the Madlanga Commission. What I think about these people, they must just lock them up, put them in jail, and throw the key away. And now that this brigadier found out that she's been caught out, last night I see she want to come to soften the commission with the commissioners with her tears. And today, red caught, red-handed. She's in cahoots with Vusi Madlanga. Throw them in jail.
I think Rachel should just be arrested because it was a transactional love. It was not love. She was there for money. She occupies a senior position, but this is collaborating with criminals. That is all. From Ali Twala Lurov. Thank you.
Yeah, poor Rachel. Rachel literally got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. And we spoke about this a little bit yesterday with Usmat, because I actually would be very interested in terms of who do you sit with and concoct your story before you go to the Madlanga Commission? Like, are you just sitting with your counsel to come up with what would be the best version to explain your involvement or your name being brought up in things? Or are you sitting with your co-conspirators and you trying to, come up with a reasoning? I don't know. But now that Kat is been moved to Kokstad, where, there's limited interaction, limited communication with the outside world, I doubt very much, but this is South Africa, anything's possible. I doubt very much that they would have had time to sit and and talk with him to see what would be the most viable explanation to sort of put forward about our relationship, the nature of our relationship, the scope of our relationship, the things you were involved in. Because you can kind of hear that she's trying very hard to save herself. And even though she was very honest yesterday about their relationship and giving us the context of their romantic relationship, she's been consistent in trying to distance herself from everything. This morning she kept on emphasizing the fact that she was not involved in those medical, I think it was medical assessments that they had to go do, the 300 plus members of SAPS, where 200 plus were not there, and his company would have ultimately billed for the 300 odd individuals had she not intercepted and managed to get them to secure other dates for them to come for these assessments. She was at pains to tell the commissioners how she saved R1 million worth of wasteful expenditure in her interfering there. And Justice Baloy really grilled her about that, to say, but that was outside the scope of the work that you do. In fact, there are people that are, within your employ, within your office, whose job it is to do that kind of analysis and get that kind of data. It's not yours. The other thing that's been interesting to observe on social media as well is the discourse. Because we watch everything, we're listening to the facts as being presented, and of course we're listening to, people rebutting how they were involved and how they were mentioned. But we're also watching a lot of the body language of the various characters that have come onto Madlanga, and that discourse preoccupies a lot of the conversation on social media every single day. And initially when Rachel came on, people were, number one, they were scared. They were like, well, we hope we don't have another red lipstick situation. And then yesterday I saw a lot of the conversation over the last 2-3 days has been a comparison of the three commissioners and how they navigate conversations, and people saying of Commissioner Baloy as well as Commissioner Madlanga that as a witness or someone taking to the hot seat, you could think that they are in your favor when you are being examined by the evidence leaders, or in that conversation with the evidence leaders, only for you to realize once they've lured you into the trap that they've actually lured you into a spider's web that you can't get out of. But they do it in such a way that almost allows you to feel a sense of ease and safety when they start going, can I just interrupt for a moment of clarity? In their soft-spoken voices. Can I just get further detail on what you've just said? Meanwhile, in fact, and maybe that's someone in law can tell us a little bit more about that, because I don't know what the terminologies are, because I'm no lawyer, but you get lawyers that are able to go to court and present argument in court, and then you get lawyers that literally never leave the boardroom, and they do all the negotiation in the boardroom, and they become masters of that dance and creating that spider web in order to get what needs to be gotten for their clients. So I don't know, are they litigation lawyers, the ones who just, I don't know what they're called. Yeah. I remember talking to a friend of mine who's one of the senior partners at Bowman Gilfillian. And he used to do that so beautifully. I used to watch him do it, Ezra Davids. He used to do it. He was judging Miss South Africa the one year, and he used to do it and catch these girls in a spider web, unsuspecting. And I was like, what an art that is. It's so beautiful to see. Anyway, our WhatsApps are still open at 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. We've got a message here that says, "Hey Bridget, I've discovered something very interesting about this Madlanga Commission. It's all about Kat Mantlala. It means this commission was established for only one man. Very interesting to see this man, Kat, was operating alone and committing all these crimes, infiltrating the police, politicians, generals, ministers, and more. The entire commission will go down in history as a one-man show crime ever committed, and that was Mbongeni. Mbongeni, let's go to Kids Corner.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Welcome to Nali Bali. Is there something you are scared of? Everyone feels scared sometimes, even grown-ups. But did you know that being scared isn't a bad thing? It helps us be careful and stay safe. The important thing is not to let fear stop us from doing amazing things. When we face our fears little by little, we become braver and stronger. And sometimes we realize that what we were afraid of wasn't so scary after all. Today's story is called The Giant's Gold, written by Natasha Simon. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and... Once upon a time, in a peaceful village nestled between rolling hills and a tall cliff, there lived a brave young woman named Thandeka. Her village, like many others nearby, lived in fear of a giant who lived in a castle on the cliff. The giant was known for raiding the village, stealing from people, and leaving them poor. One day, Thandeka's mother became sick. Thandeka sat by her mother's bedside, holding her frail hand.
Mother, we really need to take you to the hospital. Your health is getting worse,
she said, her voice filled with worry. Her mother shook her head weakly.
No, we can't, my child. We have no money for a doctor.
Thandeka cried.
Don't worry, Mom. I'll get the money. I'll steal it back from the giant. It was ours in the first place anyway.
Her mother's eyes widened in fear.
No, Thandeka, you mustn't. The giant, he will catch you. Please, my child, please promise me you won't go near their castle.
Tandega squeezed her mother's hand reassuringly.
Don't worry, Mother. I have a plan. I won't get caught, I promise.
Desperate to help her mother, Tandega decided to take action. She gathered her closest friends in the village, Nomsa and Sipho, and shared her daring plan.
Guys, we have to steal back our money and treasures from the giant's castle.
Tandega declared with determination in her eyes. Nomsa looked worried.
But, Tandega, how will we escape the giant? His sense of smell is too good. He'll catch us for sure.
Tandega smiled confidently.
I have a plan, Nomsa. We'll use wet grass and leaves to hide our scent and create a smoke screen to blind him.
That evening, under the cover of darkness, the trio set off towards the giant's castle. They filled their sleds with wet grass and leaves, as Tandega had instructed, making sure they were all prepared for their mission. As they approached the massive building, their hearts pounded with a mix of fear and excitement. They sneaked into the castle through a small hidden entrance that Tandega had discovered during her earlier explorations. As Tandega, Nomsa and Sipho entered the giant's treasure room, their eyes widened in astonishment. Gold coins, glittering jewels, and precious clothes lay in massive piles, stark evidence of the giant's greed. Nomsa's voice trembled with a mix of awe and anger.
Look at this! It's everything he stole from us and more!
Sipho clenched his fists, his face a picture of fury.
He took so much from us, leaving our families to suffer, while he hoarded all this wealth? It's not fair!
Tandega nodded, her resolve strengthening.
That's why we must find what belongs to us and take it back to our people.
Working quickly and quietly, they offloaded the wet grass and leaves and packed their sledges with as many of their treasures as they could carry. Just as they were about to leave, they heard the giant's heavy footsteps approaching. Tandega signaled to her friends to throw the wet grass and leaves into the giant's fireplace. Thick, acrid smoke filled the room, causing the giant to cough violently and to rub his eyes in desperate attempt to clear his vision.
Who's there?
The giant bellowed, his voice echoing through the castle.
I can smell you, but I can't see you.
Tandega whispered to her friends.
Now it's our chance. Let's go.
They started to make their way out, but the clinking of the gold and treasures gave them away. The giant, despite his blindness, lunged towards the sound.
I know you are there.
He roared. He roared.
Ah! You won't escape me!
Tandega, thinking quickly, devised another plan.
Come on, guys! This way!
She shouted, leading her friends towards the cliffside. The giant, following the sound of her voice, stumbled after them, still blinded by the smoke. When they reached the edge of the cliff, Tandega whispered urgently to her friends.
Shh! Stay quiet and watch.
She grabbed one of the sledges filled with the treasures and threw it off the cliff. The clattering of the gold and the crashing of sledges down the rock misled the giant, who rushed forward, his steps heavy and unsteady.
Here I come! Ah!
The giant shouted, charging blindly towards the sound. With the final, thunderous crash, the giant fell off the cliff, his roar of surprise fading into the night. Tandega and her friends watched in silence, their hearts racing as the dust settled and the night grew still once more.
Guys, we actually did it.
Nomsa whispered, barely believing their luck.
We really did do it, guys.
Tandega nodded, a smile spreading across her face.
Now, let's get these treasures back to the village. Our families will finally be safe from the giant.
Carefully, they retrieved the remaining sledges and made their way back home, the treasures jingling softly in the night. The villagers, awakened by the noise, rushed out to meet them. Their faces lit up with joy and relief as their treasures returned home to them. And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called The Giant's Gold, written by Natasha Simon. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages, as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives. You are listening to the Madlanga Commission, live on SAfm.
All right, they've come back from the commercial break and we'll dip right back into the Madlanga Commission, hoping that all proceedings go uninterrupted until the very wrap at 4 o'clock. So this should probably be a goodbye from our end. And the next voice that you'll be hearing on the station is that of Ashraf Dada.
The Brigadier is going to say.
So it's just on those two issues?
Also on those two issues, Commissioner.
Please continue.
Okay. Chair, we believe that these things will bring clarity, and this will also make it very easy for the Commission to actually make its decisions when it's making its recommendations to the President. Such questions, therefore, Chairperson, will be in the best interest of not only the Commission, but also everyone who is listening to actually understand as to what is happening in this proceedings, Chairperson. My apologies, I've just used to calling the worship or your worship, my apologies. So we believe that we are in the hands of the Commission right now to actually grant us the permission. And yeah, we believe that the Commission will not suffer any prejudice compared to the prejudice that our client, the Brigadier, will suffer if such things are not clarified. Not only in the Commission, but also in the public space as well, because this is also broadcasted to everyone. Every small thing that she has mentioned will also need to be clarified, Commissioner. So that is our submission, and that is our...
It can be that you clarify open code every small thing, close code. That the Brigadier has touched on.
Yes.
It can be every small thing.
Let's say, Chair, some of the things that she has mentioned. My apologies on everything.
Ms. Bowie, do you wish to comment? Our inclination is to grant the application, but of course you are entitled to respond.
Chair, no objection from my side. The two issues are quite narrow.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Bowie. Yes, Mr. Sherenzi. Thank you.
Can you please say it again so that we get it right?
Sherenzi?
Sherenzi.
Sherenzi, Chairperson. Sherenzi. She, yes.
Renzi.
She, Ri, and then Nzi.
Shirinzi.
Yes.
SHIRINDZI.
Yes.
I blame Commissioner Kumalo.
He'll get
That's
used to
how
it.
I was pronouncing it throughout, and he said there's an E somewhere.
Now you'll get used to it eventually.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please commence, Mr. Shirinzi.
Okay, Brigadier, I want us to start with the relationship that you had with Mr. Matlala. Just want you to provide clarity to the Commission as well as to everyone who's here today. In your testimony, you mentioned that you were involved with Mr. Matlala since 2017, am I correct?
2017?
Yes, 2017.
Yes.
Okay. Apologies, let me just bring this closer. Okay. Okay. And then you also mentioned that during your time with Mr. Matlala, you were on and off. Your relationship was on and off, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You also further mentioned that Mr. Matlala has been showering you with gifts, including money, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want you to clarify to the Commission as to when you started receiving money from Mr. Matlala.
The money that is recorded as per annexure King MA.
Just to assist you and the
Page
Commission as well.
91.
Page 92. Can you please
92.
Yes.
Page 92, as it recorded, I started receiving money from Mr. Matlala in 2019, June 20. But it was not only limited to only these monies, it will also be gifts, flowers, yeah.
Okay. And then looking at the first transaction on page 92, can you tell the Commission as to how much Mr. Matlala paid into account?
He gave me 10,000 rand.
Okay.
It's Yes, please continue.
Okay. So you mentioned that this was from 2019, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if I count properly, this is, when was the Medicare contract awarded to Mr. Matlala's company?
It was awarded in 2024.
So am I correct to state that you've been receiving monies 5 years prior to Mr. Matlala being awarded the contract?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that show that you're in a relationship with Mr. Matlala?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, if Mr. Matlala was to be brought to this commission today or tomorrow or any other day, would you confirm that he's got an intimate relationship with you?
I believe that he will confirm the relationship.
Now, there is money that was paid in page of the screenshots, page, just now, but it was 100,000 rand that was paid into Osizweni. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you please elaborate further as to why that money was paid into?
That was explained in the testimony. Perhaps just make your point.
Okay.
Directly.
Okay. If you are to look at your affidavit in paragraph 45, 45.2. It states now that he has, okay, I'll just read the subcontext. Paragraph 45. From the inception of our romantic relationship, he will pay money directly into my FNB account, but when he was requesting another bank account, I asked him why another bank account, and he stated the following. But before we go into the following, am I correct to state that between 2019 and maybe 2024, he's been paying money into your account, into your FNB account that is listed in page 92?
That's correct.
Okay.
Between 2019 and until 2021.
Okay.
And then in the witnesses, in the brigadier's evidence in chief, she explained the change.
Yes.
And also under cross-examination, she explained the change.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we just want to clarify as to what is we are getting the change. And then now I want you to pay attention to paragraph 45.2. Do you see that? It says now that he has the contract with SAPS, he doesn't want it to look like he's paying me for favors, and he doesn't want the gifts to jeopardize my career, as other people might think about it in the wrong way. Now, can you please clarify to the commission if whether you received any monies from Mr. Matlala after the contract was awarded to Medicare?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Can I just, so Mr. Shirunzi, can I just understand that answer? You say after the contract was awarded, you never received payments from Mr. Matlala?
I never received money from Mr. Matlala. Although I requested it and he paid it into this account, but I never received it.
Yes, so you did receive money, it just didn't come to you. You asked for it and he paid it into the Osizweni account. And you told us that then Mudieki kept it, right? So there was a payment from him for your benefit. I just want to understand that because that was your evidence earlier. You asked for money and he gave you 100,000 rands. Your friend Mudieki kept it. That's your evidence earlier. Now you answer, you say you never received any money. I just wanted to be clear that are you changing what you said earlier?
Receiving it, I'm understanding it in this manner, that when you give someone something, then it will end up being on the specific person. That's how I understand receiving.
The simple point, though, is between the question by Mr. Shirinzi and the answer that you gave, we are effectively not given the full story. That's the point. You understand the point I'm making?
Yes, we understand, Chair.
Yes.
If maybe we can try and rephrase that question, Chair.
Yes.
And then maybe the Brigadier will be in a better position to answer.
Yes.
Brigadier, so there was money that was paid into Ms. Mudieki's account, the Osizweni account. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And you've seen proof of payments that have been submitted by this commission. Am I correct?
That's correct.
The said money that was paid into Mrs. Mudieki's account, did it ever come into your account?
No, it did not.
Did you ever receive 100,000 rand from Mrs. Mudieki?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive 300,000 rand?
How far? Let's just take the first 100,000 rand, Mr. Shirizi.
Yes, sir.
Where do your questions take the witness?
Chair, when...
I mean, it was purely fortuitous that she, in the end, she did not get the money. She asked for it. It was paid into that account. She had given that account to Mr. Matlala. So he intended to give the money to her.
Yes.
She intended to receive the money.
Yes.
So if fortuitously she happens not to receive the money, what difference does it make?
Chair, so...
In my view, none. So I'm not sure where this is taking us.
Chair, the point that we're trying to point out to the commission is the money was paid. However, there was an outstanding amount that was supposed to be paid by Mr. Matlala.
We know that. So we know that story. You mean to the butchery?
Yes, Chair.
We know that story.
Yes.
I'm making a different point. Please address that different point.
Okay, if the Chair can please state it again, Chair. Maybe I misunderstood you.
I'm saying, Mr. Matlala says to the Brigadier, give me an account number, but not yours.
Yes.
And she does. He then deposits not into any account, but to the very account that the Brigadier gave him.
Yes.
So when she gave Mr. Matlala that account, she intended to receive money from that account.
Yes.
You are with me so far?
Yes.
When Mr. Matlala deposited that money into that account, he intended for her to receive or to get that amount. So my point is, the fact that fortuitously or somehow eventually she did not get that money, it should mean nothing. It should mean nothing. So the fact that she happens not to get it, I don't know where your questions take us.
Chair,
In fact, even her evidence in chief in this regard, I don't know where it takes us.
okay. Chair, we believe that there is, I'll put it to say that there is a misconception that the money was paid into the Brigadier's account for purposes of actually doing favors for Mr. Matlala.
I'm talking, I deliberately focus just on the first 100,000 rand.
Yes, Chair.
So now where's the misconception with regard to that first 100,000 rand? Where's the misconception, Mr. Shirins?
Chair, if she has not received the money...
So what? I'm sorry, I'm not being rude.
No, it's okay.
I'm not being
Chair.
rude.
It's okay, just seeking clarity, it's okay.
Yes.
So with the 100,000 rand coming into her account, Chair, she required the money for a specific function, and the money was never paid into her account, so she never received it. The 100,000 rand was never actually given to her.
But for, I'm trying to make a very simple point. I'm saying, but for Miss Mudiechi, what's the surname? Miss Mudiechi Kekana.
Yes.
But for Miss Mudiechi Kekana allegedly retaining the money, the Brigadier would have received it as she intended to.
Yes,
So I don't see where all of this is taking us.
Yes, Chair. But the other issue, Chair, is we're not supposed to only look at it from one point. We also need to understand as to why she was receiving the money and where the money was going to. So we cannot divorce the other part from the other part, Commissioner Chairperson. Hence, we're saying that there needs to be a pattern as to the money was received. She's not disputing that. However, it was not received into her account. She never received it for the purpose in which she intended it for. She testified that...
If you want to ask her or the Brigadier about the purpose for which she wanted the money, maybe ask those questions.
We were going
Maybe ask questions relating to that, because I just do not see where the question you have asked thus far with regard to receipt of the money is taking us. I just don't see where that question is taking us.
We will ask that question, Chair.
Please go on and ask that question.
We'll do that, Chair.
Thank you.
Brigadier, when you requested the money from Mr. Matlala, what were you requesting the money for?
I was requesting it to pay a judgment that was on my name.
Okay. Were you able to pay off that judgment as a result of receiving money from Mr. Matlala, or the money paid into Osizwe?
No, I paid it using my own money, not any the money received from Mr. Matlala.
The commission spoke about the WhatsApp messages that you had sent to Mr. Matlala when you were requesting the money, and for lack of better words, how you were demanding it from him. The persistence you were demanding, the persistence in you demanding the money, and then you keeping quiet after the money was paid into Osizweni. The commission stated that, why did you not complain to Mr. Matlala that Mrs. Mudiechi has taken the money that had been paid into account and not given it to you? Do you remember?
I did complain, or not complain, I did inform Mr. Madlanga that I did not receive the money. It's just now in the commission, we are only dealing with the chats that comes from the phone of Mr. Madlanga. But physically, when I was with him, I did raise it with him.
Okay. And then going back to your relationship with Mr. Madlanga, it is common cause that he is or was the director of Medicare 24, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then during that time, when you're busy with or dealing with the Medicare contract, were there any other suppliers that you're busy with?
Were there any?
Any other suppliers that you're busy with, that you're assisting?
We had quite several contracts in our environments, and there were other service providers that I was also dealing with.
Sorry, I meant to say service provider, my apologies.
Mm.
Okay. And then you did mention in your testimony as to which service provider you were assisting. Do you remember?
Yeah, it was on my testimony. I can't remember the page number, but I did mention it on my testimony.
If you are aware of the page, please direct page and paragraph number, perhaps. Please direct the Brigadier.
I don't remember. I don't have it down with my hand.
All right.
It will be on my affidavit number 17. Page 5, point number 17.
Please direct us to the relevant line, Brigadier.
Okay. Let me read the whole paragraph as it will make sense if I read it together.
Yes.
I was further informed that it is a norm when the contract are awarded, end users and contractor, stakeholder supplier engagement, meetings will be held with the appointed service provider. This practice is also in the occupational exposure surveillance, the OEL. We will engage the service provider for OEL, as well as the service provider for waste management, service provider for proficiency testing, and the service provider for personal protective equipment contract.
Okay. So, just to summarize your paragraph 17, am I correct to state that you are basically stating that you would assist other service providers?
I will assist them, and I was still assisting all these other service providers.
And in assisting these service providers, would you receive a financial benefit from them?
No, I will not.
So with you receiving money from Mr. Madlanga so I'll take you back to page 92. There is, just want you to hold page 92. There is a transaction on the 21st on the 17th of July, 2021. Do you see it?
Yes, I see it.
Where it says friend allowance. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Would I be
It
correct?
shows that it's a friend.
Well, just to provide clarity to the commission and everyone, well, what kind of a friend?
It's a boyfriend.
Okay.
It was a girlfriend allowance.
Okay. So, I want us to separate the two. When you were receiving money from Mr. Madlanga, were you receiving it as a favor were you receiving it as a payment for a favor done or for doing something for him, or were you receiving it as a girlfriend allowance?
No, I was receiving it as a girlfriend allowance. Mm-hmm. I did not do any favor for Mr. Madlanga. This I was received as a boyfriend gifting a girlfriend.
And then you also mentioned that there was a debt that you needed to pay. How much was that debt?
The what, sorry?
The debt that you needed to pay.
It was
A judgment.
about 150,000.
And when you requested money, how much did you request from Mr. Matlala?
Have you moved away now from the period 2019 to
Yes, Chair.
2021?
Yes, Chair, I have.
All right.
When you requested the money from Mr. Matlala, how much did you request from him?
I requested, there was no specific amount. I just show him the judgment.
In him giving you 100,000, would that not have reduced the debt that you had or the judgment that was granted against you?
That's correct.
Would he not be doing that as your boyfriend and not as a service provider?
You are 100% correct.
I don't know if maybe there's anything that you want to clarify to the commission as well.
It's you re-examine,
Yes,
and we can't give the brigadier free rein, as it were.
Okay, let me just. I think that will be all for today.
Thank you. Ms. Poe, in terms of the regulations, you are entitled to examine a witness that has just been re-examined. Do you wish to do that examination? Or there's what's new really, if it's new, relates to page 92. The rest, I would not think there's anything you would want to examine on again.
Chair, it was just 2 points. One was in relation to page 92, and the other is in relation to the assertion or the line of questioning around the assistance provided to other service providers.
All right. All right, please, let's hear your questions.
Brigadier, if you can go to page 92.
Okay.
Right? You'll see there that it's a schedule of payments that you just dealt with and you pointed us to. In your re-examination, you noted that that evinces a relationship. Right? But if you look at it, the period where these payments were received only is 2019 and then ceases in 2021. There were no other payments.
That's correct.
Right? And then the next time you get payments is in 2025. And what emerges then is that there's a drastic increase in the payment. I mean, whether or not you received it is one thing, but that was the payment made and it was intended for you. That was a drastic increase and also an attempt to conceal those payments by paying them to Osizweni. And so I would say, I put to you that
Nationwide.
Top stories at 3 o'clock. Matlala's defense to file for another bail application, and Tshwane warns of water supply interruptions. Good afternoon, I'm Kolufelo. Therefore, controversial businessman Vusmusi Ket Matlala's defense has told the High Court in Johannesburg that they intend on making another application for bail based on new facts. Matlala, together with his co-accused, appeared in court today, where their case was postponed to Thursday next week. Matlala is facing 11 counts of attempted murder as well as a string of other charges. This relates to failed assassination attempts on his former girlfriend Tebogo Thobejane, businessman Jos Banyoni, and music producer Sienki Mukubong, commonly known as DJ Vetis. Matlala's attorney Annelien van den Heever.
My Lord, after having consulted with the client, I've already approached my learned friend. We're going to ask that the matter stand down till Thursday. We've got certain instructions at this point in time. We need to have access to the client, and that obviously means that he's actually to sign certain affidavits. That doesn't only relate to the issue of an urgent, but also to the issue of a bail application on new facts, which obviously can potentially alleviate a lot of the issues we're currently dealing with.
Meanwhile, the Madlanga Commission has heard how Brigadier Macheng requested Madlala to procure Ozempic on her behalf. Ozempic, a drug that is used to manage diabetes, is now widely used for weight loss. Madlala's Medicare 24 was sourcing the drug through an established connection. Macheng told the Commission yesterday that she was in an on and off romantic relationship with Madlala. In her testimony today, she also clarified reports with Commissioner Sandile Khumalo and evidence leader advocate Thabang Powe, saying that she did not get a Brazilian butt lift, mostly known as BBL, as social media posts have suggested.
Why are you mentioning BBL in the context of this conversation?
I am indirectly responding to that, and the social media post that I saw yesterday, she's the one with the BBL, so I'm just saying no, I did not get the BBL. But they know there's someone who got the BBL in SABC. Hence those comments. Now they are trying to put the face to this BBL person. So it's not this one.
But you know who it is.
Emergency services in and around Durban in KwaZulu-Natal have responded to several calls, including both young and elderly people